Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Sleep Thief. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, skeletal shadows across the quaint town of Havenwood. It was a picturesque place, the kind often depicted on postcards, neat rows of houses with flower-lined yards, a church steeple piercing the twilight sky, and the gentle murmur of the river winding through its heart. But beneath the veneer of idyllic charm, a sinister undercurrent was brewing, a chilling mystery that cast a pall over the otherwise peaceful community. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. A farmer would find his tools misplaced, his afternoon's work seemingly undone. A shopkeeper would discover a gap in her ledger, a sum of money unaccounted for. These were minor inconveniences at first, easily attributed to forgetfulness or simple errors. But then came the unsettling reports of missing time. Agnes Perkins, the town's oldest resident, was the first to publicly voice her concern. She awoke one morning with a throbbing headache and a deep sense of disorientation. The clock showed it was 7 a.m., but the sun's position in the sky suggested it was much later. She had a vague recollection of a dark shape, a shadowy presence, at the edge of her awareness. She dismissed it as a bad dream until she discovered a significant chunk of her day, approximately 4 hours, was unaccounted for. Her knitting was unfinished, her morning tea remained untouched, and the morning paper still lay unopened beside her bed. The missing hours were a gaping hole in her memory, a terrifying blank space in the fabric of her day. Her story quickly spread through the close-knit community, its whispers echoing through the hushed conversations in the town square and the hushed tones behind drawn curtains. Soon, others began to share similar experiences. Young Thomas Miller, the baker's apprentice, woke up hours later than usual, his delivery cart still loaded and his route unfinished. Martha Gable, the librarian, found herself at her desk in the library at closing time, with no memory of how she'd arrived there. The feeling of unease intensified, the whispers morphed into frantic discussions. These weren't simply lapses in memory, not mere forgetfulness. There was a palpable sense of dread, a disquieting feeling of having been touched by something unseen, something malevolent. People spoke of a cold presence in their bedrooms, a feeling of being watched in the deepest hours of the night. Some mentioned experiencing a strange paralysis, unable to move or speak, while a dark shape loomed over them. Others described vivid, unsettling dreams that bled into their waking hours, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The shared experience solidified a chilling narrative. Something was stealing their time, their memories, and their sanity. Sheriff Brody, a man weathered by years of dealing with the ordinary misfortunes of a small town, found himself increasingly unnerved by the situation. He'd investigated missing persons, petty thefts, and domestic disputes, but this was unlike anything he'd encountered before. The reports were too consistent, too eerie to dismiss as mere coincidence or mass hysteria. He began to meticulously document each case, compiling a detailed list of the missing time intervals, the victims' descriptions of any perceived anomalies, and any physical evidence that could be found. He noticed a pattern. The missing time always occurred between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., the darkest hours of the night. The town's doctor, Dr. Evelyn Reed, examined the victims but found no physiological abnormalities. Their blood tests, EEG readings, and physical examinations all came back normal. Yet, the victims' accounts remained consistent, the inexplicable gaps in their memories remained a chilling puzzle. She hypothesized about sleep disorders, hypnotic suggestion, or even mass psychogenic illness, but couldn't explain the sheer consistency or the pervasive feeling of a sinister presence. Fear grew into a palpable tension that hung in the air, thick as the morning fog that often rolled down from the nearby hills. The usually vibrant town square fell silent, its lively chatter replaced by an ominous quiet. People locked their doors, avoiding late-night strolls, and even the usual laughter of children playing echoed less frequently in the darkening streets. The comforting darkness of night had transformed into something sinister, lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce and steal more of the town's precious time. The sheriff, driven by a mixture of professional duty and personal fear, delved deeper into the mystery. He consulted folklore books, ancient texts, and local legends searching for a precedent and explanation. He discovered tales of night hags, shadow beings, and malevolent spirits that preyed on the vulnerable during the deepest hours of slumber, stories passed down through generations, whispered in hushed tones by people afraid to give voice to their fears. As the nights grew longer and the missing time incidents more frequent, a sense of impending doom settled over Havenwood. The idyllic town was succumbing to a creeping dread, its inhabitants living in a state of perpetual unease, their lives punctuated by terrifying lapses of memory and the unnerving sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. The fear was no longer a whispered anxiety, it was a tangible entity that stalked the town's shadowed streets. The sleep thief, as some now whispered, was claiming its victims, one stolen moment at a time. The question wasn't merely what was stealing their time, but why, and what chilling price they would ultimately have to pay. The town was holding its breath, waiting for the next terrifying sunrise. The missing time wasn't just a mystery, it was a countdown to an unknown horror. The following weeks became a blur of stolen moments and escalating fear. The initial missing hours stretched into entire nights, leaving residents gaunt and exhausted, their lives fractured by terrifying gaps in their memories. Agnes Perkins, who had initially experienced a 4-hour lapse, now found herself waking up with entire days missing, an entire week vanished without a trace. Her knitting lay abandoned, her meals untouched, her life seemingly suspended in a horrifying temporal void. Sheriff Brody's meticulously kept log thickened with entries, each one a chilling testament to the sleep thief's reign of terror. He noticed a disturbing trend: the missing time wasn't random. It seemed to correlate with periods of intense stress or emotional vulnerability. Martha Gable, the librarian, had her longest period of missing time after a heated argument with her son. Thomas Miller, the baker's apprentice, lost a full 24 hours after a particularly demanding day, leaving a backlog of undelivered bread and a mounting sense of panic. The pattern was unsettling, suggesting the sleep thief wasn't just a random malevolent entity, it seemed to be actively preying on the town's emotional weaknesses, exploiting their vulnerabilities for its own sinister purposes. The very act of documenting the events seemed to provoke further attacks. The more Brody investigated, the more frequently the sleep thief struck. He felt as if his attempts to understand the phenomenon were somehow fueling it, a terrifying thought that sent a chill down his spine. The town's collective fear intensified, morphing into a suffocating paranoia. Neighbors eyed each other suspiciously, whispering accusations of being marked or touched by the sleep thief. Trust eroded, replaced by a deep-seated sense of dread. Even daytime activities were tinged with anxiety. The once familiar streets felt menacing, the shadows lurking in the corners of buildings seeming to hold a malevolent presence. Dr. Reed's initial theories were debunked as more cases emerged, defying any known medical or psychological explanation. Sleep disorders couldn't account for the missing time, nor could hypnotic suggestion or mass psychogenic illness. The victims weren't simply sleeping, they were vanishing, their consciousness lost in a temporal void, only to reappear hours, days, or even weeks later, with fragmented memories and a profound sense of disorientation. The physical manifestations of the sleep thief's presence were also growing more disturbing. Claw marks, previously attributed to cats or other animals, began appearing on beds, etched deep into the mattress fabric. Some residents reported finding strange symbols drawn in dust on their floors or etched into their furniture, symbols that resembled no known language or script. The eerie markings seemed to be a sort of macabre signature, chilling reminders of the sleep thief's presence. Sheriff Brody, desperate for answers, expanded his research beyond local folklore. He delved into ancient texts, seeking explanations in forgotten mythologies and occult lore. He discovered tales of beings capable of manipulating time, of entities that fed on the life force of the sleeping, tales that resonated unnervingly with the experiences of the Havenwood residents. He found descriptions of rituals, spells, and incantations that could potentially summon such beings, fueling his growing suspicion that the sleep thief wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a malevolent entity conjured through dark magic. The nights became a crucible of fear. People barricaded themselves in their homes, their sleep haunted by vivid, terrifying dreams that bled into their waking hours. The dreams were always similar, a shadowy figure, tall and gaunt, looming over the bed, a chilling sense of paralysis, and a deep, unsettling feeling of being watched, of being drained of life force. The dreams were no longer just nightmares, they were premonitions, rehearsals of the sleep thief's attacks. As the fear escalated, a sense of community began to dissolve. The tightly knit fabric of Havenwood unraveled, thread by thread, replaced by suspicion and distrust. Families were fractured as the sleep thief picked off its victims, leaving behind a trail of broken lives and fragmented memories. Even Sheriff Brody, once a pillar of the community, felt the encroaching dread. The investigation wasn't just a job anymore, it was a fight for the very soul of Havenwood. One particularly chilling night, Sheriff Brody found himself at the scene of yet another missing person, young Timmy Jenkins, the town blacksmith's son. Timmy's bed was undisturbed, yet he had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and a faint, unsettling chill in the air. On the wall above Timmy's bed, scratched into the paint, was a new symbol, more complex and more sinister than any seen before. Brody felt a cold dread grip his heart. He knew he wasn't just dealing with a sleep disorder, he was dealing with something far more ancient and far more dangerous. The symbol, a spiral that resembled a vortex, twisting inwards towards an undefined point of darkness, seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. Brody felt a sense of vertigo, a sickening feeling of displacement as if the very fabric of reality were being warped around him. He knew, instinctively, that this symbol was a key, a gateway to something utterly terrifying. As dawn approached, casting a pale, gray light over the terrified town, Brody knew he was running out of time. He couldn't rely on science or reason any longer. He had to delve deeper into the folklore, into the darkest corners of Havenwood's history, if he was to have any hope of stopping the sleep thief and saving his town from the encroaching darkness. The idyllic veneer had been shattered, revealing a terrifying truth about Havenwood's hidden history and the ancient evils that lay dormant beneath its peaceful facade. The sleep thief wasn't just stealing time, it was stealing lives, and with each passing hour, the town was inching closer to complete annihilation. The fight for Havenwood had truly begun. The countdown was on. The investigation, once a methodical pursuit of facts, had devolved into a chaotic scramble for answers. Sheriff Brody, his face etched with exhaustion, stared at the spiraling symbol, its unsettling luminescence still faintly visible even in the morning light. The symbol, a vortex of darkness, seemed to mock his efforts, a silent testament to the sleep thief's power. He'd interviewed dozens of residents, each account more unsettling than the last, each contributing to a growing sense of unease and paranoia that hung heavy over Havenwood. The first suspect, almost naturally, was Elias Thorne, the town's recluse. Elias lived in a dilapidated mansion on the outskirts of town, a place whispered about in hushed tones. Stories circulated about strange lights emanating from the house at night, unsettling sounds that echoed through the stillness, and a pervasive sense of unease that clung to the very air around it. Elias, a scholar of forgotten lore and obscure rituals, possessed a vast collection of ancient texts, many dealing with forbidden magic and entities capable of manipulating time. His knowledge, coupled with his reclusive nature, made him a prime suspect. Brody found him to be a man of chilling calm amidst the escalating fear, his eyes holding a knowingness that both unnerved and intrigued the sheriff. However, a thorough search of his house, conducted with Elias's unsettlingly cooperative assistance, yielded nothing conclusive. No evidence directly linked him to the sleep thief's activities. Still, the suspicion lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. Next under scrutiny was Martha Gable, the librarian. She possessed a quiet intensity, a steely resolve that masked a deep well of hidden anxieties. Brody had noted her unusually extensive knowledge of local history and folklore, including several texts that mentioned beings capable of stealing time and feeding on life energy during sleep. Her long stretches of missing time, especially after her argument with her son, pointed towards a possible connection. Martha, when questioned, displayed an unnerving calmness, deflecting questions with practiced ease. She claimed to be simply tired, overwhelmed by stress, but her eyes held a hint of something darker, a knowing glint that suggested more than just exhaustion. Despite intense interrogation, Martha presented no definitive evidence to implicate her, yet Brody couldn't shake the feeling that she held a piece of the puzzle. Another individual who came under suspicion was Dr. Alistair Reed, the town physician. While initially portrayed as a rational, scientific mind, Dr. Reed's demeanor had shifted after the initial dismissals of his scientific explanations. His growing frustration, masked by a facade of professionalism, hinted at something more. Brody had noticed him poring over old medical texts, specifically those concerning rare neurological disorders and sleep paralysis. While seemingly innocent, it was his growing obsession with the case, and his relentless pursuit of answers outside the realm of conventional medicine that raised eyebrows. Was his scientific curiosity masking a deeper involvement, a desperate search for an explanation that he suspected only he might possess? The suspicions weren't confined to just the adults. Young Timothy Jenkins, the blacksmith's son, before his disappearance, had been subject to intense bullying. Though innocent on the surface, could this bullying, and the stress it caused, have somehow attracted the sleep thief's attention? Were the bullies unwitting participants in this nightmare, their aggression inadvertently opening a door to the supernatural? This theory, however outlandish, seemed increasingly plausible given the sleep thief's seeming connection to emotional vulnerability. Brody had started to suspect a ritualistic aspect to the disappearances, a dark convergence of emotional weaknesses and unexplained supernatural forces. As the days turned into nights, the town's collective fear amplified. The initial sense of shared trauma had fractured into a poisonous brew of suspicion and paranoia. Neighbors no longer offered each other comfort, but instead eyed each other with fear and distrust. Whispers replaced conversations, accusations hung heavy in the air. Even seemingly insignificant occurrences became ominous signs, fueling the collective paranoia. A misplaced object, a shadow glimpsed at the edge of vision, a sudden chill in the air, all were now interpreted as potential signs of the sleep thief's presence. The once idyllic Havenwood had transformed into a landscape of fear, a place where every shadow concealed a potential menace, and where every night held the promise of another disappearance. The sleep thief's attacks were becoming more frequent, more brazen, as if the entity had grown emboldened by the town's fear and disunity. The disappearances weren't random, they weren't accidental. The pattern, now more discernible, suggested a deliberate targeting of those who were most emotionally vulnerable, those whose anxieties had been most deeply shaken. Sheriff Brody felt the weight of the town's fear pressing down on him, a crushing burden that threatened to overwhelm him. His investigation was no longer just a matter of solving a crime, it was a battle against an unseen force, a struggle to save his town from utter annihilation. He had to untangle the web of suspicion, to find the connection between the seemingly disparate suspects, before the sleep thief claimed more victims, before the very fabric of Havenwood unraveled completely. He spent sleepless nights reviewing his notes, poring over ancient texts, desperately searching for a clue, a thread that might unravel the mystery. The spiraling symbol, that vortex of darkness, haunted his dreams, a constant reminder of the terrifying power he was facing, a power that seemed to feed on the town's fear, growing stronger with each passing night. He considered the possibility that the suspects weren't acting independently, but were somehow connected, perhaps unwittingly participating in a larger ritual, a dark ceremony that had unleashed the sleep thief upon Havenwood. The idea sent a chill down his spine, the implications terrifying in their scope. Could the ancient texts in Elias Thorne's possession contain the key to summoning the entity? Could Martha Gable's knowledge of local lore have inadvertently facilitated the sleep thief's arrival? Could Dr. Reed, in his scientific pursuit, have stumbled upon a hidden truth that now threatened to consume the entire town? The questions multiplied, each one more unsettling than the last. The deeper Brody delved into the investigation, the more he realized that he was dealing with something far beyond his comprehension. The lines between reality and the supernatural blurred, making it difficult to differentiate between fact and fiction, between coincidence and design. The town's fear was a palpable entity, a suffocating blanket that smothered any hope of rational thought. He was walking a tightrope between sanity and madness, his grip weakening with each passing hour. The sleep thief was not just stealing time, it was stealing hope, stealing sanity, and slowly, insidiously, stealing the very soul of Havenwood. The final piece of the puzzle seemed to lie hidden somewhere in the town's deep, dark history, waiting to be unearthed. But with each passing day, the darkness seemed to tighten its grip, making the search even more perilous and the stakes even higher. The fate of Havenwood hung precariously in the balance, a desperate race against time, against the encroaching darkness, against the insidious power of the sleep thief. Brody found himself staring at the worn, leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. It was a grimoire, unearthed from the depths of Elias Thorne's library, a text filled with arcane symbols and chilling incantations. The language was archaic, a twisted dialect that barely resembled any known tongue, yet its meaning somehow resonated within the deepest recesses of his mind. It spoke of an entity, not merely a thief of time, but a devourer of identities, a creature that could erase a person from existence, leaving behind only an empty shell, a husk devoid of memories and personality. The sleep thief, it seemed, wasn't just stealing moments, it was stealing lives, leaving victims as empty vessels, their very essence devoured. The book described a ritual, a dark ceremony that involved a convergence of negative emotions, fear, despair, resentment, channeled through a conduit, a vessel, to summon and empower the entity. The symbol he'd seen etched on the victims' beds, the spiraling vortex of darkness, was depicted within the book's pages, identified as a sigil of binding, a mark that tethered the sleep thief to its victims. The more fear and anxiety fueled the ritual, the stronger the sleep thief became, its power amplified by the collective dread of the town. A cold dread gripped Brody. He realized that the sleep thief wasn't a simple entity, it was a parasite, feeding on the very essence of its victims, consuming their memories, their personalities, their very being. The disappearances weren't random, they were carefully selected, meticulously planned. The sleep thief targeted individuals burdened by intense negative emotions, preying on their vulnerabilities, their anxieties, exploiting their deepest fears. The victims weren't merely missing, they were erased, their lives replaced by a vacant imitation, a shell that mimicked their former selves while concealing the horrifying truth of their fate. He looked at the photographs of the missing residents, their faces frozen in time, a chilling reminder of the lives stolen by the sleep thief. He saw Martha Gable's tired eyes, reflecting a weariness that transcended simple exhaustion. He saw the controlled calmness of Elias Thorne, a mask carefully constructed to hide a deeper truth. He saw the frustration etched on Dr. Reed's face, a frustration masking a desperate attempt to comprehend the incomprehensible. Even Timothy Jenkins' frightened eyes haunted him, a testament to the insidious power of fear. The realization struck him like a physical blow. The sleep thief hadn't targeted them randomly, it had chosen them. They were all connected, linked by a common thread of intense negativity, a shared vulnerability that had made them prey to the entity. The bullying of Timothy Jenkins, Martha Gable's stressful life, Elias Thorne's isolation, and Dr. Reed's obsessive pursuit of knowledge were all fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces of a morbid ritual. The ritual wasn't complete, it was ongoing, feeding on the collective fear of Havenwood, growing stronger with each passing day. He flipped through the grimoire again, searching for a way to break the ritual, a means to banish the sleep thief. The text spoke of a counter-ritual, a complex series of actions that involved harnessing positive emotions, using hope and empathy to counteract the entity's power. But the steps were vague, cryptic, shrouded in symbolic language that defied easy interpretation. The book hinted at a sacrifice, not of a life, but of a memory, a relinquishing of a deeply cherished past experience, a willingness to let go of a painful memory to counteract the entity's capacity to steal them. It demanded a sacrifice of vulnerability, a willingness to expose one's most hidden emotions. The weight of the task felt crushing. He wasn't just fighting a supernatural entity, he was battling the darkest aspects of human nature, the very emotions that had fueled the sleep thief's power. He needed to unite the town, to foster a sense of community and hope to counteract the spreading fear and paranoia. He had to channel the collective positive energy of Havenwood to disrupt the entity's power, to break the cycle of fear and vulnerability. Brody spent the next few days meticulously piecing together the fragmented information, deciphering the ancient text, and attempting to understand the ritual. He discovered that the counter-ritual required a convergence of positive emotions, a collective act of empathy and compassion that would disrupt the sleep thief's ability to feed on negativity. The sacrifice demanded wasn't a physical one, it was a release, a catharsis of shared trauma. The town needed to confront its collective fears, its buried traumas, to heal the wounds that had made it vulnerable. He approached Elias Thorne, not as a suspect, but as a potential ally. Thorne, surprisingly, offered his cooperation. His isolation, he confessed, was born not from malice, but from a deep-seated fear of his own knowledge, a fear of the power he held within his grasp. He felt a responsibility, a heavy burden of knowing the truth, and had been actively trying to contain it, but the sleep thief had escaped his control. He confessed to being the one who'd unwittingly activated the entity. It had been an experiment, a foolish attempt to harness the power described in the ancient text. He believed he'd kept it contained in the past, but now it was out of control. Next, he sought Martha Gable. He shared his findings, not as an accusation, but as a call to action. Martha's calm exterior shattered, revealing a deep well of suppressed grief and regret. She admitted her son's death had unleashed a torrent of negativity within her, a vulnerability that had inadvertently opened a path for the sleep thief. She had tried to help, to understand what was happening, but her grief had clouded her judgment, her rational mind overwhelmed by her sorrow. She possessed knowledge of the counter-ritual, snippets from forgotten stories, local folklore, knowledge which had laid dormant until now, but which were now vital in fighting the sleep thief. Dr. Reed, his scientific skepticism gradually eroded by the undeniable reality of the supernatural, became a crucial ally. He offered his expertise in understanding the psychological impact of the sleep thief's attacks, assisting Brody in developing strategies to counteract the entity's influence. His scientific approach helped analyze the situation, separating folklore and superstition from factual evidence. He confirmed that the victims' minds were not only altered, but their very brain chemistry and neurological processes had been fundamentally changed by the sleep thief's presence. The sleep thief's effect was not purely psychological, it was a tangible manipulation of the brain's functions, erasing memories and identities at a neurochemical level. Brody orchestrated a town meeting, not to accuse, but to heal. He encouraged the townsfolk to share their fears, their anxieties, their grief. He facilitated a collective act of forgiveness, a communal release of suppressed emotions. The sharing of vulnerability brought the town together, forging a bond of empathy and understanding that counteracted the pervasive paranoia and fear. The act of sharing their stories was like breaking a spell, a communal exorcism of negativity. The counter-ritual, guided by Thorne's knowledge of the ancient text and Martha's understanding of local lore, was carefully enacted. The sacrifice, the releasing of a collective trauma, was a harrowing but necessary step. The townsfolk, hand in hand, focused on a single positive memory, a shared experience of unity and hope, effectively channeling a surge of collective positive energy, creating a countercurrent to the entity's influence. As the ritual progressed, the spiraling vortex of darkness on the victims' beds began to fade, their absence becoming less terrifying as the collective memory of their existence fought back against the entity's erasure. The sleep thief, starved of the negativity it thrived on, began to retreat, its power weakened by the town's newfound unity and resilience. The town of Havenwood didn't return to its idyllic state overnight, but the collective trauma began to heal, replaced by a sense of shared resilience. The sleep thief might still lurk in the shadows, a lingering threat, but its power was diminished, its ability to prey on the town's vulnerabilities curtailed. Havenwood had learned a valuable lesson about the power of unity, the resilience of the human spirit, and the importance of confronting the darkness not with fear, but with courage, empathy, and a shared commitment to hope. The nightmare was far from over, but the dawn of a new day had broken, a day where hope, however fragile, began to flicker against the encroaching darkness. The air in Havenwood crackled with a strange energy, a tangible shift in the atmosphere that went beyond the lingering fear. It was a palpable tension, a sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the twilight hours. The counter-ritual, though seemingly successful in weakening the sleep thief, hadn't eradicated it. The entity still lingered, a malevolent presence woven into the very fabric of the town, its tendrils reaching out, seeking new victims, new sources of negativity to sustain itself. Brody felt the pressure mounting. The initial relief had faded, replaced by a gnawing unease. The sleep thief hadn't simply retreated, it was regrouping, adapting, becoming more elusive and insidious. He realized that the fight wasn't over, it was merely entering a new, more dangerous phase. The initial success had lulled them into a false sense of security. He spent sleepless nights poring over the grimoire, seeking clues, searching for a deeper understanding of the entity's nature and its weaknesses. The ancient text revealed that the sleep thief wasn't merely a parasitic entity feeding on negativity, it was a manifestation of collective fear, a psychic echo of Havenwood's darkest anxieties and unresolved traumas. It was a reflection of their shared vulnerabilities, their hidden fears given form and substance. The grimoire spoke of a central point, a nexus of the sleep thief's power, a place where the entity's influence was strongest, a location that represented the town's deepest collective trauma. Brody deciphered cryptic clues, ancient maps, and symbolic representations to pinpoint the location. It was an ancient, forgotten well, situated deep within the heart of the Blackwood Forest, a place where generations of Havenwood's inhabitants had disposed of their burdens, their secrets, and their sorrows. The well had become a conduit, a focal point for the sleep thief's power, an embodiment of the town's hidden darkness. He assembled a small team, Elias Thorne, whose knowledge of the ancient texts was invaluable, Martha Gable, whose intimate understanding of Havenwood's folklore proved crucial, and Dr. Reed, whose scientific mind provided a much-needed grounding force amidst the supernatural chaos. The team, representing the town's collective wisdom and resilience, prepared for a final confrontation. The journey to the Blackwood Well was fraught with peril. The forest seemed to press in on them, the trees twisting and contorting like skeletal fingers reaching out to ensnare them. The air grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating pressure that made breathing difficult. They encountered unsettling phenomena, whispers in the wind that seemed to carry fragments of lost memories, fleeting shadows that darted between the trees, and a lingering sense of being watched, followed by unseen eyes. As they reached the well, the darkness intensified. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, the stench of decay and despair filling their nostrils. The well was not merely a source of water, it was a gaping maw in the earth, a vortex of darkness that seemed to swallow the light itself. The spiraling vortex, the sigil of binding, glowed faintly within the well's depths, a pulsing beacon of the sleep thief's malevolent energy. They began the final ritual, a complex interplay of ancient incantations, symbolic gestures, and a shared commitment to confront the entity and reclaim their stolen memories. Elias Thorne channeled his knowledge of the grimoire, his voice echoing the ancient words, his pronouncements resonating with a power that transcended the ordinary. Martha Gable, drawing on Havenwood's folklore, wove together a protective circle, using ancient symbols and rituals to shield them from the sleep thief's influence. Dr. Reed, ever the pragmatist, monitored their physical and mental states, ensuring they remained grounded and focused amid the escalating supernatural forces. The ritual was a harrowing experience, a battle of wills fought in the realm of the subconscious. They faced terrifying visions, dredged up from the deepest recesses of Havenwood's collective memory, confronting their darkest fears and unresolved traumas. They saw lost loved ones, forgotten tragedies, and buried secrets. They confronted the faces of their victims, their empty eyes a haunting reminder of the sleep thief's power. The sleep thief retaliated with visceral force. They were bombarded with waves of fear, despair, and resentment, the entity attempting to break their resolve and feed on their vulnerabilities. They felt the pressure of its influence, the insidious attempt to erode their sanity, to shatter their unity and resilience. But they held firm, drawing strength from their shared commitment, their mutual empathy, their collective hope. As the ritual progressed, the vortex within the well intensified, the darkness swirling with a terrifying power. The ground trembled, the air crackled with energy, and the trees seemed to writhe in agony. Then, from the depths of the well, a figure emerged, not a physical being, but a manifestation of the sleep thief, a psychic projection of Havenwood's collective nightmares. It was a terrifying sight, a monstrous entity composed of shadows and whispers, its form shifting and contorting, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It reached out, its shadowy tendrils seeking to ensnare them, to drag them into the abyss. But they stood firm, their collective will resisting the entity's power. The climax of the ritual involved a sacrifice not of life, but of memory. Each member of the team had to relinquish a deeply cherished memory, a painful experience they had suppressed, allowing it to be consumed by the entity, thereby disrupting its power. It was a harrowing act of self-sacrifice, a willingness to confront their own darkness in order to vanquish the greater evil. As they released their memories, a wave of positive energy surged forth, a countercurrent to the sleep thief's malevolent power. The darkness within the well began to recede, the vortex shrinking, its intensity diminishing. The monstrous entity, starved of negativity, began to disintegrate, its form dissolving into nothingness. With the sleep thief vanquished, the weight of dread lifted from Havenwood. The forest seemed to breathe again, the air clearing, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating. As they returned to town, the lingering sense of unease gradually faded, replaced by a cautious optimism. The scars remained, the memories of the sleep thief's reign of terror would forever be etched in their minds. But Havenwood had faced its deepest fears, confronted its collective trauma, and emerged stronger, more united, and more resilient than ever before. The town had learned a profound lesson about the power of community, the resilience of the human spirit, and the importance of confronting darkness not with fear, but with courage, empathy, and a shared commitment to hope. The battle was won, but vigilance was still necessary, for the shadows never truly vanish. Story 2: The Mirror's Reflection. The quiet hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in Clara's otherwise silent apartment. She stood before the antique mirror, its ornate frame a stark contrast to the stark, minimalist decor of her bathroom. It had been a gift from her grandmother, a relic passed down through generations, its aged glass reflecting a hazy, almost ethereal image. Lately, however, the reflection had become unsettling. It started subtly. A fleeting distortion, a momentary ripple in the image that she dismissed as a trick of the light. But the distortions grew more frequent, more pronounced. Now, her reflection was frequently marred by grotesque exaggerations, eyes too wide, a mouth stretched into a rictus grin, skin tinged with an unnatural pallor. Sometimes, her reflection wasn't even her own. Faces would flicker in and out of the distorted image, fleeting glimpses of something ancient and malevolent, their eyes burning with a cold, unsettling light. She tried to rationalize it. Stress, sleep deprivation, a trick of the aging mirror. She even consulted an optician, who found nothing wrong with her eyes. But the distortions persisted, growing more intense, more disturbing. They weren't confined to her appearance. The background in her reflection would morph and shift, familiar objects twisting into impossible shapes, the walls of her bathroom melting and reforming into something vaguely organic and horrifying. One evening, as she stared into the mirror, brushing her hair, a chill ran down her spine. A shadowy hand, long and skeletal, reached out from the reflection, its fingers elongated and tipped with claws. It brushed against her face in the mirror, a cold phantom touch that sent shivers down her spine, even though she knew it couldn't possibly touch her in reality. The shadow hand retreated, but a sense of unease, a creeping dread, filled the small bathroom. Sleep became a battlefield of terrors. Nightmares plagued her, visions of twisted faces and shadowy figures emerging from the mirror, pulling her into a vortex of darkness. The line between dream and reality blurred, the distortions from the mirror bleeding into her waking life, the grotesque reflection tainting even her most mundane activities. She found herself flinching at her own reflection in shop windows, seeing glimpses of the monstrous image that haunted her mirror at home. The mirror was no longer a simple reflection. It was a portal, a gateway to something unseen, something profoundly disturbing. The distortions weren't merely visual. She felt a presence, an entity lurking just beyond the glass, its malevolent energy seeping into her reality, sapping her strength and draining her sanity. She started researching old mirrors, delving into forgotten folklore and obscure texts. She learned of ancient beliefs regarding mirrors as gateways between worlds, conduits for spirits and entities, portals that connected the mundane to the terrifying unknown. The stories spoke of mirrors that captured souls, reflected the deepest fears of those who gazed upon them, and served as conduits for malevolent entities. The more she learned, the more terrified she became. Her initial disbelief was replaced by a growing horror, a profound understanding of the sinister implications of her situation. She found an old grimoire, its pages filled with arcane symbols and chilling descriptions of mirror-based rituals. One passage described a ritual that could bind a malevolent entity to a mirror, trapping it within the reflective surface. But the ritual was dangerous, fraught with peril. If performed incorrectly, the entity could break free, potentially unleashing its malevolent energy upon the world. The fear of failure was matched only by the fear of continuing to suffer under the entity's increasingly tangible influence. Driven by a desperate need to escape the terrifying ordeal, Clara decided to attempt the ritual. She spent weeks preparing, painstakingly following the instructions outlined in the ancient text. The ritual required a specific type of candle, herbs gathered under a particular alignment of the stars, and a precise sequence of chants and symbolic gestures. The grimoire warned of terrible consequences if the ritual was performed improperly. The night of the ritual was thick with anticipation and fear. Clara positioned the antique mirror in the center of her living room, casting long, distorted shadows that danced in the candlelight. The air crackled with energy, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic dripping of a faucet and the frantic beating of her heart. She began the incantation, her voice trembling at first, then growing stronger, imbued with a resolve born out of desperation. As the ritual progressed, the mirror's reflection became increasingly distorted, the images flickering wildly, the colors swirling into a chaotic vortex. Shadowy figures writhed within the glass, their faces barely recognizable, their eyes burning with an infernal light. The room grew colder, the air thick with the stench of decay and dread. Clara felt a powerful pull, a relentless force trying to drag her into the mirror, to claim her as its own. She fought against the overwhelming force, her resolve faltering, her body trembling. The images in the mirror intensified. She saw glimpses of her own death, visions of horrifying futures, her sanity unraveling before her eyes. The entity was fighting back, desperate to remain free. Doubt gnawed at her, the fear of failure a heavy burden that threatened to crush her. But just as she felt her resolve breaking, she remembered her grandmother's words, "Fear is a prison, Clara. Only courage can set you free." Drawing on this strength, Clara continued the ritual, pouring her remaining energy into the final incantation. A blinding flash of light erupted from the mirror, followed by an ear-splitting crack. The mirror shattered, sending shards of glass flying across the room. When the dust settled, the entity was gone, its influence vanished. A sense of profound relief washed over Clara, a wave of exhaustion and gratitude that left her weak but safe. The shattered mirror lay on the floor, its fragments reflecting nothing but the quiet, empty room. Clara stood, legs shaky but heart light. The battle was over, the haunting terror subdued. But the memory of the distorted reflection, of the malevolent entity that lurked within the glass, would forever remain etched in her mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates the world of the living from the realm of nightmares. She knew, deep down, that the shadows never truly vanish, and that some horrors linger long after their physical presence has been eradicated. The lingering unease remained, a chilling testament to the power of unseen forces and the terrifying fragility of the human mind. The reflection wasn't just distorted anymore, it was actively changing. The hazy, ethereal image had become a grotesque caricature, a mockery of her own features. Her eyes, once a calm hazel, now burned with an unnatural, fiery intensity, the pupils dilated to monstrous proportions, seeming to swallow the iris's whole. Her skin, once smooth and pale, was now stretched taut, revealing a network of pulsating veins beneath the surface, giving it an unsettlingly translucent quality. Her mouth was a gaping maw, twisted into a silent scream, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that seemed far too numerous for a human being. And behind it all, a shadowy presence began to coalesce, growing slowly but relentlessly, as if pushing its way through the glass itself. It wasn't just a fleeting image, a trick of the light. This was a deliberate distortion, a purposeful manipulation of her reflection, as if something was actively forcing its way into her reality. The shadow that had begun as a peripheral darkness was now a distinct entity, taking shape behind her reflected form. Long, skeletal fingers, tipped with impossibly sharp claws, extended from the darkness, reaching towards her, though the glass remained unbroken. The fingers were inky black, almost translucent, yet they seemed to possess a grotesque solidity, a menacing weight. Clara gasped, stumbling backward, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The chilling sensation of cold, as though an icy wind had swept through the room, accompanied the visual horror. The air thickened, growing heavy with the stench of decay and damp earth, a smell both ancient and profoundly unsettling. The scent was accompanied by a low, guttural growl, a sound that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but within her very bones. It was a sound that vibrated with a primal fear, a visceral recognition of something fundamentally wrong, something deeply unnatural. The shadowy figure behind her reflection began to take a more defined shape. Though still mostly obscured by darkness, she could make out the outline of a face, its features indistinct yet horrifyingly familiar, like a warped and twisted version of her own. Its eyes glowed with an unholy light, an intense malevolence that seemed to pierce the barrier of the mirror, drilling into her very soul. The entity's expression was one of boundless rage and hatred, a consuming hunger that radiated outwards, leaving Clara breathless and paralyzed with terror. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. Her body felt frozen, heavy, as if weighed down by an unseen force. The shadow figure behind her reflection continued to grow, stretching and twisting, its edges rippling and reforming, like a viscous liquid straining against the confines of the glass. It was no longer just a reflection, it was a presence, a tangible entity pushing against the boundary between worlds, desperate for entry. Each second felt like an eternity as the claws of the shadow inched closer, dragging along the surface of the glass, a silent, foreboding promise of what was to come. The sound of the growling intensified, as if a pack of feral beasts were now clawing to get out, its frequency resonating within her head, becoming a symphony of fear. Panic surged through her, threatening to consume her entirely. She desperately tried to move, to flee, but her body remained stubbornly immobile. The shadow figure in the mirror, seemingly aware of her fear, began to advance even more rapidly. The fingers of its shadowy hand reached the very edge of the glass, their claws leaving distorted and grotesque scratches along the reflective surface. The scratches pulsed with an unholy energy, a malevolent light radiating from the wounds, seemingly seeping into the glass and the room itself. Clara's mind raced, searching desperately for an escape. She recalled the research she'd done, the ancient texts detailing the dangers of mirrors as gateways, the stories of malevolent entities trapped within the reflective surface. It was all too real, far more terrifying than her wildest nightmares could ever have imagined. This wasn't a dream, this was a horrifying reality that threatened to swallow her whole. The pressure increased, the cold intensified, as if the very air itself were conspiring against her. The reflection shifted, showing scenes of her apartment in complete disarray, her furniture twisted and broken, the room suffocating with shadow. A scream finally escaped her lips, a ragged, desperate cry that was swallowed by the oppressive silence of the room. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision as the malevolent shadow pressed harder against the mirror, its claws digging deep into the glass. The reflection began to convulse, distorting her image beyond recognition, until it was barely recognizable as human. Her own eyes bulged, mirroring the hateful gaze of the shadow entity, her skin turned a sickly green, her features stretched into a grotesque mask of terror. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, the pressure released. The shadowy figure recoiled, its claws retreating from the mirror's surface. The reflection stabilized, though the unsettling distortion still remained, a permanent testament to the encounter. Clara collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, her body shaking from the trauma. The cold had receded, but the lingering fear remained, heavy and suffocating, clinging to her like a shroud. The stench of decay remained, clinging to the air like a persistent nightmare. The mirror, though unbroken, was no longer merely a reflective surface. It was a scarred canvas, a testament to the otherworldly horror she had just faced, its surface marred by scratches that glowed faintly in the dim light. The scratches were no longer just cracks in the glass, but pathways, open wounds, leading directly into another dimension, a dimension that seemed all too eager to bleed into her reality. Clara couldn't shake the sensation that the entity was still there, lurking just behind the glass, waiting for another opportunity to break free. She knew, instinctively, that this wasn't over. This was only the beginning. The next few days were a blur of fear and anxiety. Clara barely slept, haunted by vivid nightmares in which the shadow figure pursued her relentlessly through twisting corridors of darkness, its claws always just inches from her throat. The distorted reflection continued to haunt her waking moments, appearing in windows, puddles, and any reflective surface she encountered. Every shiny object became a potential gateway, each reflection a potential glimpse of the shadowy entity. She couldn't bring herself to look at the mirror again. The sight of it, the memory of its scarred surface and the grotesque reflection it once held, was too much to bear. But she also knew that she couldn't simply ignore it. The entity's presence was still palpable, a lingering cold spot in the room, a pervasive smell of decay that refused to dissipate. It was a constant reminder of the malevolent presence that still lurked just beyond the veil, patiently waiting for its chance to return. Driven by a mixture of terror and desperation, Clara began to search for a solution, scouring ancient texts and obscure websites for any information that might help her banish the entity permanently. She discovered stories of similar encounters, of people whose lives had been irrevocably changed by the malevolent entities trapped within mirrors, entities that fed on fear and thrived on despair. The stories spoke of rituals, of wards, of powerful spells that might offer a degree of protection. The search led her to a forgotten library in the heart of a remote village. Within the library's dusty shelves, she found a single, leather-bound book, its pages filled with arcane symbols and chilling descriptions of rituals designed to bind or banish malevolent spirits. The book was a collection of spells and incantations gathered from diverse cultures and time periods, a testament to humanity's long and terrifying struggle against the unseen forces that plagued the world. The air of the library felt thick with the weight of ages, its silence filled with the echoes of forgotten voices and unspeakable horrors. The book warned of the inherent dangers of the rituals, of the potential for catastrophic consequences if performed improperly. It detailed the steps required to banish an entity trapped within a reflective surface, but also spoke of the risks involved, the risk of unleashing something far more powerful, something that could devastate the world. The book also described the entity's nature, confirming her suspicions that it was something ancient, malevolent, and deeply connected to the mirror itself. The entity thrived on fear and desperation, and its hold on Clara was growing stronger. The entity knew what she was searching for. Clara knew she had to act quickly. The entity was growing stronger, its influence seeping into her world, threatening to consume her completely. She began to prepare for the ritual, gathering the necessary ingredients and meticulously following the book's instructions. She spent weeks preparing, painstakingly gathering the obscure ingredients, carefully following the exact procedures outlined in the ancient text. Each step was fraught with danger, each chant a gamble with the unknown. The night of the ritual arrived, heavy with the weight of anticipation and fear. Clara positioned the mirror in the center of her living room, casting long, distorted shadows that danced in the candlelight. She began the incantation, her voice trembling at first, then growing stronger, imbued with a resolve born of desperation. The ritual, filled with a strange mix of ancient words and symbols, demanded both precision and a fearless surrender to the power of the unknown. The entity, aware of her intent, responded with a renewed assault on her sanity, a violent war within her own mind. The air crackled with unseen energy, the flickering candlelight casting grotesque shadows that writhed and pulsed like living things. As Clara chanted the ancient words, the mirror's reflection began to ripple, the surface distorting into a swirling vortex of colors, emerald greens, fiery oranges, and a sickly, phosphorescent yellow. The scratches, previously faint, now glowed with an incandescent light, pulsating rhythmically, like a heart beating with malevolent purpose. The room grew colder, the air thick with an oppressive weight, a palpable sense of dread that settled deep within Clara's bones. The reflection, once a distorted version of her own face, was now completely unrecognizable. It had become a chaotic maelstrom of shifting images, a kaleidoscope of nightmarish visions. Faces, twisted, grotesque caricatures of humanity, appeared and disappeared within the swirling vortex, their eyes burning with an unnatural, malevolent light. Hands, long and skeletal, reached out from the depths of the mirror, their fingers tipped with claws that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The growling intensified, no longer a singular sound but a chorus of guttural roars, a cacophony of terrifying voices that echoed within the confines of her apartment. The boundary between the reflection and reality began to blur. The shadows from the mirror stretched into the room, reaching out like grasping tendrils, their edges ragged and undefined. Objects in her living room seemed to shimmer, their forms wavering, as if caught between two realities. The air itself vibrated with energy, a tangible force that pressed against her, suffocating her, as if the very fabric of her world was being torn apart. Clara felt a sudden, sharp pain in her head, a searing sensation that made her cry out. The visions in the mirror intensified, becoming clearer, more real. She saw landscapes that defied description, twisted forests, barren wastelands, cities built of bone and shadow. She saw creatures of unimaginable horror, beings that defied human comprehension, their forms shifting and reforming, a grotesque mockery of life itself. They seemed to be beckoning to her, their voices a symphony of whispers, promises of power, of oblivion. The fear was almost unbearable, threatening to consume her entirely. It was a terrifying tug-of-war, her sanity struggling against an encroaching darkness. The mirror's reflection pulsed, the vortex growing larger, sucking the light from the room. The candles flickered and died, plunging Clara into darkness, leaving only the unsettling glow of the mirror's surface. The shadows pressed in, encasing her in a suffocating embrace, whispering promises of oblivion. She felt a pull, a force dragging her towards the mirror, drawing her into the swirling chaos of the reflection. It felt as if her soul was being ripped apart, her mind fragmented. For a moment, Clara felt utterly lost, adrift in a sea of nightmare. The boundary between reality and the mirror's reflection vanished entirely, replaced by a horrific, chaotic landscape of shifting forms and unimaginable horrors. She was no longer in her living room, she was somewhere else, or perhaps nowhere at all, surrounded by the entities that had emerged from the mirror. They were both beautiful and terrifying. Their eyes held an ancient wisdom and an unimaginable malevolence, and their voices echoed with the songs of ancient cosmic entities and the screams of the damned. The entities seemed to probe her mind, delving into her deepest fears, her darkest secrets. They whispered promises of power, of unimaginable knowledge, but their words were laced with a venom that burned her very soul. They offered her a choice, to succumb to their power, to become one of them, or to be consumed by the endless nightmarish realm they inhabited. The choice felt less like a decision and more like a slow, agonizing descent into madness. She struggled, fighting against the insidious influence, clinging to the last vestiges of her sanity. Memories flashed through her mind, her childhood, her family, the life she had known before the mirror. These memories, vibrant and clear, were a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. They fueled her resolve, reminding her of what she was fighting for, of the life she desperately wanted to return to. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, Clara pulled herself back, breaking free from the vortex. She found herself collapsing back in her living room, the mirror still glowing, but the swirling vortex gone. The room was silent except for the ragged gasps of her own breath. The mirror's reflection was once again her own face, albeit still pale and etched with the horrors she had witnessed. But it was her face. Her reality had returned, albeit fractured and forever changed. The scratches remained, a permanent scar on the reflective surface, a visible reminder of the gateway she had briefly opened. The chilling experience left a profound mark on her psyche, a haunting whisper of the otherworldly horrors she had glimpsed. The experience had irrevocably changed her, etching a terrifying understanding of the thin veil between worlds onto the very fabric of her being. But she was alive, she was back, and she knew she had to find a way to permanently seal the portal before the entities returned, and this time she might not escape. The lingering scent of ozone hung in the air, a stark reminder of the near-catastrophic encounter. Clara's breath hitched in ragged gasps, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The mirror, still reflecting her own pale face, felt less like an inanimate object and more like a malevolent eye, watching, waiting. The scratches, now dull, seemed to hold a faint, pulsating warmth beneath their surface. She felt a lingering chill, a coldness that seeped into her bones, a chilling echo of the abyss she had almost fallen into. Slowly, cautiously, Clara reached out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing against the cold glass. The reflection stared back, its eyes devoid of emotion, yet somehow profoundly unsettling. It was her reflection, yes, but something was subtly off. The symmetry wasn't quite right, a minute imperfection that shifted and changed with each blink, each breath. It was as if the reflection was subtly, almost imperceptibly, morphing, adapting, mirroring not just her physical appearance, but also her inner turmoil. Over the next few days, the subtle changes intensified. The reflection became less of a mirror image and more of a distorted caricature. Her eyes, once clear and bright, now held a vacant, haunted look. Her smile, when she attempted one, appeared twisted and unnatural, a grotesque parody of joy. The lines on her face seemed to deepen and shift, creating an unsettling asymmetry. Her normally vibrant hair appeared dull and lifeless, strands seeming to detach and float momentarily before reattaching themselves, like errant shadows playing tricks on her eyes. She tried to rationalize it, to attribute the changes to exhaustion, to the trauma of her ordeal. But a deep, unsettling feeling gnawed at her, a primal fear that whispered of something far more sinister. The mirror was no longer just reflecting her image, it was actively feeding on it, subtly altering her reflection to reflect a deeper, more insidious truth about her. It was a slow, insidious process, a gradual erosion of her identity, a parasitic mirroring of her deepest insecurities and fears. One evening, while staring into the mirror, she noticed a faint shimmer behind her reflection, a subtle distortion that seemed to emanate from the depths of the glass. It was like looking into a deep well, a bottomless pit where light and shadow intertwined. As she watched, fascinated and terrified in equal measure, the shimmer grew more distinct, revealing a faint outline, a form that twisted and shifted, too indistinct to truly define. But it was there, lurking behind the glass, feeding off her reflection, twisting and distorting it into something less and less human. The entity, if it could be called that, seemed to draw power from her insecurities. When she felt doubt, the reflection's eyes would deepen, their vacant gaze growing colder, more penetrating. When she felt fear, the distortion intensified, the outline behind the glass becoming sharper, more defined, its shadowy tendrils reaching towards her as if trying to pull her through the glass. When she felt vulnerable, the reflection's mouth would twist into a cruel, mocking smile. The feeling of being watched intensified, the entity playing on her self-doubt, amplifying her fears, slowly and methodically eroding her sense of self. She started noticing small changes in her own behavior. Her confidence faltered, replaced by self-doubt and an unnerving sense of inadequacy. Simple tasks seemed insurmountable, her thoughts clouded by a persistent sense of dread. She found herself withdrawing from friends and family, afraid of the entity's influence spreading, afraid that her reflection, increasingly warped and distorted, would become her reality. One night, caught in a wave of profound self-loathing, Clara screamed into the mirror. The reflection responded with a chilling, almost human-like wail that resonated within her very soul. The shimmering outline behind the glass pulsed with a sickening, almost palpable energy. The feeling of being watched intensified, not just by the reflection, but by the entity lurking behind it, as if it were reaching for her, probing her psyche, feeding off her vulnerability. As the days turned into weeks, the process accelerated. The reflection became a horrifying parody of her true self, a gaunt, skeletal figure with hollow, staring eyes and a twisted, malevolent grin. Her skin appeared translucent, almost paper-thin, revealing a ghastly network of veins beneath. The physical changes started reflecting in reality. She found herself growing gaunt and pale, her sleep plagued by nightmares of the grotesque reflection chasing her through endless corridors of shadow. Clara understood now. The entity wasn't just reflecting her, it was consuming her. It was feeding off her self-image, her identity, her very essence. It was a parasitic being, existing solely to undermine and destroy her sense of self. Its power stemmed from her own insecurities, her own self-doubt. The stronger her negative emotions, the more powerful the entity became. Desperate, Clara sought help. She visited therapists, spoke to spiritualists, consulted anyone who might offer even the faintest glimmer of hope. But nothing seemed to work. The entity was tied to the mirror, inextricably linked to her reflection, and therefore, to her. The more she tried to fight it, the more deeply rooted it became, the more potent its influence on her. One day, she discovered an old, leather-bound book in her grandmother's attic, a grimoire filled with arcane rituals and forbidden knowledge. Amongst its cryptic pages, she found a description of a similar entity, a being that thrived on self-doubt and negative emotions, a creature that could only be banished by confronting and accepting her true self. The book spoke of self-love, of embracing one's flaws, of recognizing one's own strength and worth. It was a daunting task, one that seemed impossible given the state she was in. The book offered a ritual, a complex and dangerous undertaking, designed to sever the entity's link to her reflection, to banish it back to whatever dark realm it originated from. But the ritual required profound self-acceptance, a complete and unwavering belief in her own worth. It demanded a level of inner strength she had thought was long gone. Facing the mirror, her reflection a skeletal mockery of her former self, Clara began the ritual. She spoke words of self-acceptance, acknowledging her imperfections, celebrating her strengths. She allowed her fear to surface, and instead of cowering, she looked at it, analyzed it, accepted it as a part of herself, not a defining trait. With each word, each affirmation, the reflection began to shift, the skeletal features softening, the hollow eyes regaining a spark of life. The shimmering outline behind the glass dimmed, weakened. The process was slow, agonizing, a battle fought not against an external force, but against her own internal demons. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she finished the ritual. The reflection was her own again, pale, tired, but whole. The shimmer behind the glass had vanished entirely. The scratches on the mirror remained, a permanent testament to her ordeal, but they no longer pulsed with malevolent energy. The coldness had left the room, replaced by a quiet warmth, a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in what seemed like a lifetime. The entity was gone. Or rather, it had been defeated not by force, but by the strength of her own self-acceptance, a testament to the power of inner resilience. The scars remained, both physical and emotional, a reminder of her confrontation with the darkness, but now they served not as marks of despair but as a symbol of her ultimate triumph over the entity that fed on her self-image. The mirror simply reflected her now, nothing more, nothing less, just Clara, finally, and truly, herself. The realization dawned slowly, like the creeping tendrils of ivy consuming a crumbling wall. It wasn't just her reflection that was changing, it was her. The gauntness, the hollowness in her eyes, the unsettling asymmetry, these were no longer just reflections in the glass, but were manifesting in her own physical form. Her once vibrant hair felt thin and brittle, falling out in clumps, leaving patches of scalp exposed. Dark circles, the color of bruised plums, clung stubbornly to her eyes, deepening with each sleepless night. The weight loss was dramatic, her once healthy body now a fragile shell, a testament to the insidious drain of the entity feeding upon her soul. Fear twisted into a knot in her stomach, a cold dread that clung to her like a shroud. She wasn't just battling a reflection, she was battling herself, a self that was rapidly eroding, a self that was being consumed by the darkness lurking behind the glass. The mirror wasn't simply reflecting her, it was actively shaping her, molding her into its grotesque image, a distorted parody of humanity. The nights were the worst. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a labyrinthine world of shadows and whispers, where the skeletal reflection pursued her through endless corridors, its laughter echoing like the chilling cry of a banshee. She would wake in a cold sweat, her heart pounding, the image of that twisted grin seared into her mind, the chilling certainty that the reflection was becoming her reality. Days bled into one another, a monotonous cycle of fear and despair. The world around her seemed to dim, its colors losing their vibrancy, mirroring the decay she felt within herself. Social interaction became an unbearable burden. The fear of the entity's influence spreading to those she loved, the possibility of infecting them with this insidious parasite, kept her isolated, confined to the suffocating grip of her own nightmare. Desperate for a solution, Clara plunged into a frantic search for answers. She devoured books on folklore, delving into ancient texts filled with whispers of malevolent entities, parasitic beings that thrived on human despair. She consulted therapists, spiritualists, even self-proclaimed exorcists, all of whom offered little solace, their explanations ranging from mass hysteria to psychosomatic disorders, none truly grasping the horrifying truth of her predicament. The turning point came unexpectedly, in the form of a forgotten memory. A childhood recollection of her grandmother's attic, filled with dust-laden furniture and forgotten relics. A specific memory surfaced, a leather-bound book, heavy and ancient, tucked away in a shadowy corner. Driven by a desperate hope, she retraced her steps, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of her grandmother's house, her heart pounding with a desperate anticipation. The attic was steeped in the scent of dust and decay, the air thick with the weight of forgotten memories. The book was where she remembered it, resting on a creaking bookshelf, its leather cover worn and cracked, its pages brittle with age. The title, etched in elegant script, was barely visible, barely decipherable, yet it whispered a promise of answers. The book, she discovered, was a grimoire, a collection of arcane rituals and forgotten lore, a compendium of dark magic and forbidden knowledge. Its pages revealed the history of parasitic entities, beings that fed off human emotions, twisting and warping their reflections, stealing their identities. She found detailed descriptions of rituals, elaborate and dangerous, designed to banish these malevolent forces, to sever their connection to their victims. But the rituals weren't simple spells. They weren't about wielding power, they were about confronting the deepest aspects of the self. The grimoire spoke of the entity's vulnerability, its reliance on the victim's negativity, its inability to function in an environment of self-acceptance and love. The rituals demanded a profound understanding of the self, an acceptance of flaws, a celebration of strengths, a conscious embrace of vulnerability, a deep and unwavering love for oneself. The path to banishing the entity wasn't a magical one. It was a psychological one, a harrowing journey of self-discovery and self-acceptance. It required Clara to confront her deepest insecurities, her self-doubt, her flaws, all the aspects of herself she had spent years trying to suppress, to hide from the world and from herself. The ritual itself was a grueling ordeal. It involved hours of meditation, of introspection, of confronting the darker corners of her psyche. She had to confront the image in the mirror, that skeletal parody of herself, not with fear and revulsion, but with compassion, with understanding. She had to see the entity not as an external force, but as a manifestation of her own inner demons, a reflection of her deepest insecurities. Each step forward was agonizing, a battle fought not against an external enemy, but against the insidious whispers of self-doubt that had plagued her for so long. She had to unravel years of conditioned negativity, dismantle the walls she had built around her vulnerable heart. The process was slow, agonizing, filled with setbacks and moments of despair. There were times when the entity's influence almost overwhelmed her, when she felt herself slipping back into the abyss of self-loathing. But each time, she pulled herself back, clinging to the faint hope offered by the ancient grimoire, fueled by a growing awareness of her own resilience. She spoke words of self-acceptance, not as empty affirmations, but as genuine expressions of forgiveness and understanding. She acknowledged her imperfections, her fears, her vulnerabilities, not as weaknesses, but as integral parts of her being, parts that did not diminish her worth. She allowed herself to feel her emotions, the fear, the sadness, the anger, and instead of suppressing them, she embraced them, acknowledging them as part of the human experience. Slowly, incrementally, the reflection in the mirror began to change. The skeletal features softened, the hollow eyes gained a glimmer of life. The twisted grin faded, replaced by an expression that, while still pale and haunted, held a flicker of hope. The shimmering outline behind the glass dimmed, weakened, its tendrils retreating like shadows recoiling from the light. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic transformation, but a gradual, almost imperceptible shift, a testament to the power of self-acceptance, a victory hard-won in the crucible of self-discovery. The entity, its power derived from her self-doubt, began to wither, its malevolent influence waning as her inner strength grew. The process was as much about healing as it was about banishing, a journey of self-discovery culminating in a profound sense of self-love. Finally, the moment came. The reflection in the mirror was her own again, pale and weary, but whole. The shimmering outline behind the glass vanished entirely, leaving only the clear reflection of a woman who had stared into the abyss and returned victorious, scarred but unbroken. The scars on the mirror remained, physical reminders of the ordeal, but their malevolent energy was gone. The chilling coldness that had permeated the room was replaced by a quiet warmth, a sense of peace, a testament to the triumph of self-acceptance over the insidious darkness that had threatened to consume her. The mirror simply reflected her now, nothing more, nothing less, just Clara, finally, and truly, herself. The fight for herself had been won, not by force, but by the unwavering strength of her own spirit. Story 4, The Nightmare Seed. The old woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and hardship, presented the gift with a disturbingly serene smile. It was small, no bigger than a thumbnail, nestled within a worn velvet pouch. Its surface was strangely smooth, obsidian black, faintly pulsating with an inner light that seemed to shift and writhe beneath the surface. It felt unnervingly warm to the touch, a heat that seemed to seep into Alara's very bones. A gift, the woman croaked, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. To help you sleep. Alara, a child of 10, clutched the pouch tightly, a knot of apprehension tightening in her stomach. She didn't understand the old woman's cryptic words, but the unsettling warmth of the seed, and the unsettling aura surrounding the old woman instilled in her a profound sense of unease. The old woman was a peripheral figure in her life, a shadowy neighbor whose house was said to be filled with strange objects and stranger stories. Her arrival now was all the more eerie. That night, Alara dreamt. Not of the usual childhood fantasies, Instead, she found herself in a landscape of twisted trees and gnarled roots, their branches clawing at a sickly gray sky. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, the silence broken only by the low moan of the wind whistling through the skeletal branches. In the center of this nightmarish landscape, the seed sprouted. It burst from the earth with unnatural speed, its root system a network of writhing veins that burrowed into the soil with unsettling hunger. It grew into a grotesque parody of a tree, a skeletal thing of thorns and shadows, its leaves jagged and black as pitch. The seed had taken root not only in the dream, but in Alara's subconscious. The tree was sentient. It seemed to watch her with its gnarled branches, its shadowy leaves rustling with unseen whispers. It was a presence, a malevolent entity woven from nightmares and shadows, feeding on her fears and insecurities. The dreams became increasingly vivid, more disturbing. The landscape shifted and changed, each iteration more terrifying than the last, and always, at the heart of it all, was the nightmarish tree, its growth reflecting the deepening darkness of her dreams. Alara began to experience sleep paralysis, waking to find herself trapped, unable to move, a suffocating weight pressing down on her chest. Shadowy figures danced in the periphery of her vision, their forms shifting and indistinct, yet their presence overwhelmingly real. She'd hear whispers, barely audible, yet chillingly clear, weaving insidious suggestions, echoing the fears and uncertainties she harbored deep within her. The nightmares weren't confined to her sleep. Disturbing visions would flicker at the edges of her waking consciousness, glimpses of the grotesque tree, its thorny branches reaching out, its shadowy leaves whispering promises of oblivion. She started to see things, fleeting shadows in the corners of her eyes, faint scratches on her bedroom walls. The once familiar comfort of her room transformed into a place of constant, gnawing fear. Days blurred into nights, sleep offering no escape, but only a descent into a deeper realm of terror. Her school performance deteriorated, her vibrant personality replaced by a gaunt, fearful shadow. Her parents, initially attributing her behavior to stress and growing pains, became increasingly concerned. But their attempts to comfort her seemed to only feed the nightmare, the tree in her dreams responding to their concern with renewed vigor. The more they tried to help, the more the nightmare escalated. It was as if the tree itself was feeding on their attempts at comfort. As the weeks turned into months, Alara's reality began to unravel. The line between dream and reality blurred, the landscape of her nightmares bleeding into her waking moments. She would find herself staring at objects, convinced they were distorted, contorted versions of things she'd seen in her dreams. The familiar faces of her parents became momentarily grotesque parodies of themselves, their features subtly shifting, morphing, reflecting the warped reality of her nightmares. Her teachers noticed the change, her friends, her entire world seemed to be filtered through this growing nightmarish lens. Ordinary objects started to take on sinister connotations, commonplace noises seemed to carry sinister undertones. It was a kind of existential dread that spread, enveloping all the aspects of her life and those around her. One day, while combing her hair, she saw a single black seed clinging to her braid. It was the same obsidian black, faintly pulsating with that sinister inner light, a physical manifestation of the nightmare seed that had taken root in her dreams. Panic seized her, a desperate recognition of the horrifying truth. The nightmares were not separate from her reality, but an insidious extension of them, slowly consuming her very being. The seed was not just a seed, it was an invasive entity. Desperate for help, Alara confided in her parents, showing them the seed. Her parents, initially skeptical, now witnessed firsthand the depth of her distress. They turned to doctors, therapists, and spiritualists, all to no avail. No one could explain the nature of Alara's affliction, her nightmares, or the unsettling connection to the seed. It became clear that this was no ordinary illness. It was something ancient, something primal. Her journey had begun, a desperate race against time, against an encroaching horror that threatened to consume her entirely, to steal not only her sleep, but her very soul. The terrifying landscape of her dreams was becoming her waking reality, and the sinister seed, the macabre gift from the old woman, was at the heart of it all, its tendrils wrapped around her mind, body, and soul. The seed was not merely growing in her mind, it was growing inside her, and the question was, how far could it grow before it completely consumed her? The line between her dream world and reality was becoming thinner, a terrifying reflection of the slow invasion from inside. Her own thoughts became fractured, and the feeling that she was being watched was constant, a cold dread that clung to her like a second skin. The world around her began to reflect the dark landscape of her dreams, its vibrant colors slowly fading to shades of gray and black. The nightmares became increasingly sophisticated. The tree in her dreams evolved, its branches growing more intricate, its shadowy leaves taking on grotesque forms, faces, hands, claws, reaching out from the darkness, grasping at her, trying to pull her into its nightmarish embrace. The whispers intensified, becoming more menacing, more direct, weaving insidious suggestions that toyed with her deepest fears. Her own identity started to fray at the edges, her sense of self distorted and corrupted by the encroaching darkness, as the line between dreams and reality became increasingly blurry. The seed, it seemed, was not just a key to this alternate reality but an active participant, its dark influence shaping and twisting Elara's reality to match its own nightmarish vision. Her waking life became punctuated by moments of intense terror, as though glimpses of the dream world were bleeding through, twisting the mundane into the monstrous. The familiar faces of her parents and friends would briefly morph into the grotesque entities from her nightmares, their features shifting and contorting. She started to question her own sanity, her thoughts becoming fractured, the feeling that she was being watched, constantly, by unseen eyes from the shadows of her own mind. The weight of the seed's influence was crushing, leaving her exhausted and emotionally drained. She battled this malevolent entity that had taken root within her, its influence slowly, insidiously, consuming her very essence. The tree in her dreams was now a dominant presence, shaping her reality as much as her subconscious. The seed was no longer a mere seed, but a sentient entity. Elara's battle was not just against the seed itself, but also against the psychological terror it was unleashing. The fear, the isolation, the blurring lines between reality and nightmare, these were weapons the seed used against her, twisting her perceptions, warping her sense of self, and slowly pushing her to the edge of madness. The more she tried to fight it, the more the seed seemed to thrive. It was a truly insidious horror, a slow, agonizing consumption of her being, both mind and body, a nightmare manifested in the waking world and feeding from her very fear. The whispers in her dreams grew bolder, less like suggestions and more like commands. They slithered into her waking thoughts, insidious tendrils of fear coiling around her consciousness. She'd find herself staring at her reflection, her own eyes widening in terror as her face, for a fleeting moment, contorted into the grotesque features of one of the shadowy creatures from her nightmares. The familiar comfort of her home transformed into a claustrophobic prison, every shadow a potential hiding place for unseen horrors. One night, she dreamed of a vast, desolate plain stretching to the horizon under a sickly yellow moon. The ground was cracked and parched, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. Towering above her, the nightmare tree had grown immense, its branches like skeletal arms reaching out towards the sky. From its gnarled roots, monstrous creatures crawled, their forms shifting and changing, their eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. These creatures were not merely figments of her imagination, they felt real, their presence as palpable as the air she breathed. She tried to run, but her legs felt leaden, her lungs burning with each ragged breath. The creatures pursued her, their raspy whispers echoing across the desolate plain, a symphony of dread that pierced her very soul. She could feel their eyes upon her, their malevolent gaze stripping away her sense of self, leaving her feeling naked and vulnerable. The tree itself seemed to pulse with a dark energy, its shadow stretching across the landscape, engulfing everything in its path. It was not merely a tree, but a gateway, a portal to a deeper, more terrifying realm. The next morning, she awoke with a scream, her heart pounding, her body drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of being watched persisted, a chilling presence that clung to her like a shroud. She looked around her room, her eyes scanning the shadows, searching for any sign of the monstrous creatures that had haunted her dreams. But there was nothing. Or so she thought. As the days turned into weeks, the line between dream and reality continued to blur. The grotesque landscapes of her nightmares began to bleed into her waking world. Familiar objects took on sinister connotations. The patterns on her wallpaper seemed to shift and writhe, transforming into monstrous faces. The gentle rustling of leaves outside her window sounded like the whispers of the nightmare creatures. Her perception of reality was fractured, distorted, warped by the encroaching darkness of her dreams. Her parents, desperate to help, tried everything. They consulted doctors, therapists, even spiritual healers. But nothing seemed to work. The nightmares continued, relentless, escalating in intensity, each one more terrifying than the last. Elara's condition worsened. She became withdrawn, isolated, her vibrant personality replaced by a haunting emptiness. Her eyes held a deep-seated fear, a profound sense of dread that chilled those who looked upon her. One day, while attempting to draw, Elara found herself sketching not a picture, but a landscape straight from her nightmares. The tree, grotesque and imposing, dominated the page, its branches reaching out, its shadowy leaves rustling with unseen whispers. The drawing itself seemed to emanate a disturbing energy, a palpable sense of dread that sent shivers down her spine. She realized then that the nightmares were not just in her head, they were a part of her, a malevolent entity that was consuming her, twisting her reality to its own nightmarish vision. The seed, she understood, was not just a physical object but a key, a conduit, a gateway to this nightmarish realm. It was a living thing, growing inside her, feeding on her fears, her insecurities, her very essence. It was an invasive species, slowly, insidiously, taking over her mind, her body, her soul. Her dreams were no longer simply dreams, they were premonitions, visions of a future where the line between reality and nightmare completely dissolved. The tree had now grown tall enough to reach into her waking hours. Its roots, now firmly established in her reality, were causing physical manifestations. Strange marks appeared on her skin, mirroring the textures and patterns of the bark and leaves of the dream tree. The shadows lengthened, the whispers intensified, the creatures became bolder. They were no longer just peripheral figures lurking in the darkness, but active participants in her waking life, their malevolent presence a constant threat, their icy breath on her neck. Elara felt the world around her turning inside out, as if reality itself was bending to the will of the monstrous tree and the seed that had ignited it all. The feeling of being watched became unbearable, a constant, crushing weight that pressed down on her. She felt as though invisible eyes were piercing her very being, scrutinizing her every move, her every thought. She started to question her own sanity, to wonder if the nightmares were real and her waking moments were just a dream. Her once bright and cheerful room was now a prison. Every corner held lurking menace, every shadow concealed a potential horror, every object possessed a strange and sinister quality. The comforting bed was now a terrifying place of suffocating darkness and chilling whispers. Her bedroom was no longer safe, it was a gateway to her nightmares. Her parents, exhausted and terrified, continued their relentless search for answers, desperately clinging to any hope of saving their daughter from the clutches of this relentless and ever-growing horror. But the seed, the nightmare seed, continued to grow, its tendrils wrapping around Elara's mind and body, slowly, agonizingly, consuming her very being. The fight to save her was a desperate race against time, a battle against an encroaching darkness that threatened to consume not only Alara, but everyone connected to her. The insidious nature of the nightmare made it impossible to truly understand the battle's scope. It was a relentless, creeping dread that seeped into every aspect of their lives, leaving them breathless and terrified. The growing darkness was no longer contained within Alara's dreams. It had enveloped her entire existence, reaching out to consume those closest to her. The nightmare was no longer just a personal struggle, it was a spreading infection, a malevolent contagion threatening to engulf them all. The line between dream and reality was irrevocably broken, and Alara was caught in the terrifying chasm between the two worlds, unable to find solace or escape. The darkness was winning. The seed had fully taken root, and Alara's nightmare had only just begun. The chipped paint on her bedroom wall began to undulate, the floral pattern morphing into the grotesque faces of the creatures from her dreams. Their eyes, burning embers in the deepening shadows, followed her every move. She'd catch glimpses of them in her peripheral vision, fleeting moments of shadowed limbs, clawed hands reaching out from behind the curtains, their whispers a chilling rasp against the silence of the night. The familiar scent of lavender from her pillowcases was replaced by the acrid smell of decay, the smell that clung to the nightmare plane. One afternoon, while attempting to eat lunch, the spaghetti on her plate seemed to writhe, the strands coiling and uncoiling like snakes. She stared at it, paralyzed by a growing dread, unable to tear her gaze away from the unsettling spectacle. The food felt alien, threatening, a physical manifestation of the creeping horror that had taken root within her. The spoon in her hand trembled, then clattered to the floor. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the already distorted image of the writhing spaghetti. Her parents, witnessing her increasing distress, sought out more specialists. A neurologist dismissed it as a severe case of sleep deprivation, prescribing medication that did little to alleviate the symptoms. A psychiatrist suggested a dissociative disorder, a coping mechanism for unresolved trauma. But neither diagnosis felt sufficient to explain the disturbing reality Alara was now experiencing. The nightmares had transcended the boundaries of her sleep, permeating her waking moments, twisting her perception of the world, shattering her sense of reality. Her room, once her sanctuary, had become a terrifying labyrinth. She feared the darkness, yet the light provided no solace. Shadows danced on the walls, taking on monstrous shapes. The sound of wind whistling through the cracks in the window sounded like the whispers of the creatures from her dreams, their voices constantly at her ear, filling her head with a symphony of dread and despair. Even the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway echoed the slow, agonizing beat of her heart. Her schoolwork suffered. The letters on the page seemed to swim before her eyes, twisting and distorting, blurring into incomprehensible shapes. Concentrating was an impossible task. The nightmare creatures played out their grotesque dance across her vision. The classroom, filled with other children, felt like an extension of the nightmare plane, a desolate, unending landscape populated by these menacing beings. She felt exposed, vulnerable, hunted. One day, while walking home from school, she saw the nightmare tree growing out of the curb, its branches scraping against the sides of buildings. Its bark, gnarled and twisted, seemed to pulsate with a dark, sinister energy. Its leaves, skeletal fingers reaching towards her, whispered promises of eternal torment. The other children passed by, oblivious, completely unaware of the monstrous entity that only she could see. The tree seemed to grow taller with each passing day. Its roots, impossibly thick, were now visible beneath the pavement, cracking the concrete and uprooting lampposts. Its shadow stretched across the streets, casting an ominous gloom over everything it touched. The world around her was changing, transforming into the hellish landscape from her dreams. This was no longer just a fear, a hallucination. It was a tangible, growing evil. The nightmare tree reflected Alara's internal turmoil. The more she was affected, the more the tree grew and manifested itself in reality. It became the focal point of her terrors, a tangible manifestation of the monstrous seed that was consuming her. Its presence amplified her fear, fueling her nightmares and bringing them to life. Her parents' desperation grew with each passing day. They tried everything: herbal remedies, alternative medicine, exorcisms. They even sought help from a secretive society devoted to researching the paranormal. But despite their efforts, the situation continued to deteriorate. The nightmare tree, and by extension Alara's condition, was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore or contain. Its influence reached beyond Alara, affecting her parents, their friends, even those in their vicinity, with subtle hints of the nightmare. The chilling whispers could be heard in the stillness of the night. The unsettling smell of decay filled the air. Alara's screams became more frequent, her hallucinations more vivid. One day, she claimed that the creatures had reached into her dream and left a mark, a physical scar reflecting the gnarled texture of the tree's bark. Her parents, frantic with worry, found a crescent-shaped burn mark on her arm, the exact texture of the tree's bark. The mark was disturbingly real, confirming the worst of their fears. Her doctors were baffled. The tests came back inconclusive. There were no physical explanations for her symptoms. The medical community offered no solace, no answers, only a growing sense of dread. They were dealing with something beyond their comprehension, something that defied medical explanation. Alara was trapped in a nightmare, a living nightmare that was consuming her whole being, and it was impossible to know how to stop it. The line between dream and reality had utterly dissolved. Alara existed in a horrific blend of both, a prisoner of her own mind, her body a canvas for the nightmare's relentless assault. The seed had completely overtaken her, growing inside her and altering her reality. The once vibrant girl was now a shell, her eyes hollow, her body frail. The nightmare had stolen her laughter, her joy, her very essence. She had become a vessel, a conduit for the monstrous tree, a living testament to its power. Her parents watched, helpless, as their daughter was consumed by the encroaching darkness. The nightmare seed, originally planted in her mind, had fully taken root in the real world, and its influence only grew stronger with each passing moment. The relentless spread of this dark entity challenged the very foundations of their reality, transforming the familiar into the terrifying, twisting their perceptions, and ultimately threatening to consume them all. Their desperate search for answers had led them into the realms of the unknown, a journey fraught with danger and uncertainty where the boundaries between dream and reality were increasingly blurred. Their daughter was not just ill, she was the epicenter of a nightmare that threatened to engulf the entire world. The fight to save Alara had transformed into a battle for their very survival. The nightmare, once confined to her sleep, now cast its long, terrifying shadow over every waking moment, a chilling testament to the unstoppable force of the nightmare seed. And the end was nowhere in sight. The desperate search for answers led Alara's parents down a rabbit hole of increasingly disturbing discoveries. Their initial inquiries with local botanists and horticulturalists yielded nothing. No one recognized the nightmare tree, its grotesque form defying all known botanical classifications. The scientists they consulted were equally baffled, the crescent-shaped burn mark on Alara's arm defying rational explanation. The tests revealed nothing anomalous in her blood or tissue samples. It was as if the tree, and its effects, existed outside the realm of scientific understanding. Driven by a mixture of desperation and mounting fear, Alara's parents delved into the world of folklore and the occult. They consulted mediums, psychics, and even a secretive society known only as the Order of the Silent Watch, an organization shrouded in mystery and rumored to possess knowledge of ancient, forgotten evils. The Order's headquarters, a crumbling manor house nestled deep within a fog-shrouded forest, exuded an atmosphere of ancient dread. Its inhabitants, cloaked in shadows and speaking in hushed tones, spoke of entities that dwelled beyond the veil of reality, of seeds of nightmares planted in the fertile ground of the human subconscious. The Order's archives, filled with dusty tomes and yellowed scrolls, revealed unsettling information. They spoke of a legend, a dark fairy tale passed down through generations, of a malevolent entity that fed on fear and despair, manifesting itself in the form of a twisted, nightmare-inducing tree. The ancient texts hinted at rituals, sacrifices, and the power of dreams to summon or banish these terrifying beings. One particularly unsettling passage described the method of planting the nightmare seed, a whisper of malevolence, a dark thought implanted during a moment of vulnerability, taking root in the subconscious and blossoming into a monstrous reality. The Order's research suggested that the seed wasn't merely a manifestation of Alara's internal struggles, it was an external force, an entity that had somehow latched onto her, feeding off her fear and amplifying her nightmares. The tree, they believed, was a physical manifestation of this entity, its growth mirroring the deepening of Alara's affliction. They explained that the burn mark on her arm wasn't a simple burn, but a mark of possession, a connection to the tree, a channel through which the nightmare seeped into her world. The Order offered a chilling explanation for the tree's seemingly unnatural growth. It fed on the fear of those who witnessed it. The more people saw the tree, the more they were affected by its insidious influence, their own nightmares intensifying, their fear fueling the tree's horrifying growth. The Order presented Alara's parents with an ancient artifact, a silver locket containing a shard of obsidian, said to possess properties that could weaken the tree's power. But using it required a perilous ritual, one that involved confronting the entity directly within Alara's dreams. The ritual, described in cryptic detail within the ancient texts, involved a complex series of chants and incantations, performed under the light of a specific lunar phase. It was a dangerous undertaking, with the potential to exacerbate Alara's condition or even open a gateway to something far worse. Alara's parents, desperate to save their daughter, decided to proceed, despite the inherent risks. The night of the ritual was thick with tension. Alara lay asleep, her breath shallow, her face pale. Her parents, guided by a member of the Silent Watch, initiated the ritual. The air in the room crackled with energy, the shadows seemed to deepen, and the scent of decay, the signature smell of the nightmare tree, grew stronger. As the ritual progressed, Alara began to stir. Her nightmares, usually confined to her subconscious, began to bleed into reality. The room shimmered, the walls seeming to ripple and shift, transforming into the nightmarish landscape that had become a recurring feature of her hallucinations. The entity, the source of the nightmare tree, began to manifest. It appeared as a shadowy figure, its form shifting and undefined, its presence exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Its voice, a rasping whisper that seemed to burrow directly into their minds, filled the room with its malevolent energy. The entity taunted them, reveled in their fear, its power growing with each passing moment. The obsidian shard in the locket pulsed with a faint light, its power barely a match for the entity's overwhelming might. The confrontation within Alara's dream was a battle for her very soul, a desperate struggle against an ancient, terrifying force. The entity, feeding on their fear, attempted to draw them into the nightmare, to trap them within its nightmarish reality. But Alara's parents fought back, their love for their daughter giving them the strength to resist the entity's insidious influence. The struggle was fierce, terrifying, and emotionally draining. They battled the entity's manifestations, using the obsidian shard's faint energy to weaken its hold on Alara. As dawn approached, the entity's power began to wane. The ritual's incantations reached a crescendo, and the obsidian shard flared with a bright, blinding light. The nightmare landscape began to dissolve, the shadows receding, the smell of decay fading. Elara stirred, her breathing growing more even, her eyes opening to a world that felt almost normal. The nightmare tree, its roots still clinging to the reality, shrunk and withered, its branches snapping and falling silent. The nightmare seed had been weakened, its hold on Elara broken, but not destroyed. The threat remained, a subtle, lingering unease that underscored the lingering danger. The victory was hard-won, a testament to the parents' unwavering love and courage, and the knowledge and assistance of the secretive order. The experience left them forever changed, forever marked by the horrors they had faced, a reminder of the dark forces that lurk beyond the veil of reality, ready to exploit moments of vulnerability and unleash the most terrifying nightmares imaginable. The fight was far from over, the nightmare seed only subdued, its potential for future growth still a looming threat. Their vigilance remained crucial, a constant reminder of the terrifying power of the unseen, the unknowable terrors that might lie dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to take root. The obsidian shard, now dull and lifeless, lay inert in the locket. Elara slept soundly, her breathing even, a stark contrast to the chaotic nightmare that had just subsided. But the silence was deceptive, a fragile piece clinging precariously to the edge of a precipice. The nightmare seed, though weakened, hadn't been destroyed. Its insidious tendrils still clung to Elara's subconscious, a dormant threat waiting for the right moment to reassert itself. The Order of the Silent Watch, their faces etched with exhaustion and a grim determination, gathered around Elara's parents. Master Elias, the Order's enigmatic leader, his eyes ancient and knowing, spoke in a low, gravelly voice. The ritual has weakened the entity, but it has not broken it. The nightmare seed remains, a festering wound in Elara's mind. What do we do now? Elara's mother whispered, her voice trembling with fear and exhaustion. The ordeal had drained them, leaving them hollowed out, their spirits battered but not broken. Master Elias produced a small, leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. The ancient texts speak of a counter-ritual, a way to sever the connection between Elara and the seed entirely. It is a perilous undertaking, far more dangerous than the one we just performed. It requires a journey into the deepest recesses of the subconscious, a direct confrontation with the entity itself, a complete annihilation of the nightmare seed. The counter-ritual, described in cryptic symbols and archaic language, was far more complex and dangerous than the previous one. It demanded a precise understanding of Elara's subconscious landscape, a deep dive into the twisting paths and monstrous imagery that characterized her nightmares. Failure meant not just a resurgence of the nightmare, but a complete subjugation of Elara's mind to the entity's will, her personality dissolving into the monstrous entity. The journey would commence during Elara's next deep sleep. Master Elias instructed them to administer a rare herbal concoction, a brew steeped in potent, dream-enhancing herbs, before Elara went to sleep. This potion would serve as a conduit, opening a pathway into her subconscious, a bridge across the wavering threshold between dream and reality. The concoction was prepared under the watchful eyes of the Order members, a complex brew of rare and potent herbs, their properties described in ancient texts only the Order possessed. The aroma was both intoxicating and unsettling, a heady mix of sweetness and decay, reflecting the duality of the task ahead. The next night was shrouded in an almost palpable tension. Elara's parents watched over her, their hearts pounding in their chests, as the potion slowly worked its magic. As Elara drifted off to sleep, her breathing grew shallow and even, a subtle shift in the air indicated a shift into the world of dreams. Master Elias signaled, and the ritual began. The room, once again, shimmered, the walls dissolving into a terrifying landscape that echoed the nightmares Elara had experienced. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their branches clawing at the air. The ground was uneven, shifting beneath their feet, leading them deeper into the darkness. This time, the entity wasn't a shadowy figure, It manifested as a colossal, nightmare tree, its branches reaching up to the heavens, its roots digging deep into the earth, its presence suffocating, its malevolence overwhelming. It was far larger and more terrifying than before, its bark pulsing with a dark, malevolent light. The air hummed with its power, a palpable force that pressed down on them, threatening to crush their spirits. The counter-ritual required them to navigate this nightmarish landscape, traversing treacherous terrain, overcoming monstrous obstacles, all while battling the entity's relentless attacks. The journey was a relentless assault on their senses, their minds bombarded with hallucinations, illusions, and manufactured horrors born from Alara's subconscious fears and anxieties. They faced grotesque creatures, born from the depths of Alara's imagination, each more disturbing than the last, shadowy figures that whispered insidious lies, monstrous beasts with eyes burning with malevolent intent, and grotesque parodies of people they knew, twisted into forms of unimaginable horror. They had to fight their way through these nightmarish creations, not with weapons, but with the strength of their love for Alara and the power of their collective will. Every time they stumbled, the entity's power grew, each setback feeding its monstrous form. The entity attempted to separate them, exploiting their vulnerabilities, their fears, their doubts, hoping to sow discord and break their resolve. But they persevered, their determination fueled by their unwavering love for Alara. They fought with the courage born of desperation, their love for their daughter their shield against the overwhelming darkness. They navigated through dark forests, traversed haunted swamps, and scaled treacherous mountains, their every step fraught with peril. Each challenge presented a piece of Alara's subconscious, a fragmented memory, a suppressed fear, a hidden trauma. Confronting these fragments, confronting the source of Alara's nightmares, was crucial to defeating the entity. Finally, they reached the heart of the nightmare landscape, the center of the monstrous tree. The tree itself became a physical manifestation of the entity, its power palpable, overwhelming. The air vibrated with its malevolent energy, threatening to rip their minds apart. The final stage of the ritual required them to sever the connection between Alara and the nightmare seed, to extract the seed from the depths of her subconscious and destroy it. This was a perilous task, a delicate operation that required precision and a calm mind amidst the storm of their fears. It was a battle fought not with weapons, but with their wills, their love for Alara forming an unbreakable shield against the entity's relentless attacks. As Master Elias chanted the final incantation, the obsidian shard glowed with intense light, piercing the darkness and severing the connection between Alara and the nightmare seed. The entity shrieked, its form dissolving into shadows, its power waning. The nightmarish landscape around them dissolved, revealing the familiar walls of Alara's bedroom. Alara stirred, her breathing even and deep, her face serene. The nightmare seed was gone, destroyed, its malignant influence erased. Exhausted but victorious, Alara's parents looked at each other, the weight of their ordeal heavy upon their hearts. The danger had passed, but the memory would forever linger, a chilling testament to the terrifying power of the unseen, and the strength of their love in the face of unimaginable horror. They had escaped the nightmare, but the darkness had left its mark. The threat was gone, but the chilling reminder of what lurked just beyond the veil of reality and the vulnerability of the human mind remained. The world felt subtly altered, forever tainted by the experience. Sleep would never again be the same. Story 5, The Sandman's Curse. The car bumped along the rutted road, its headlights cutting feeble swaths through the oppressive darkness. Outside, the silence was unnerving, a thick blanket smothering any hint of natural sounds. No crickets chirped, no owls hooted, no wind whispered through the trees. Just an absolute, suffocating quiet that pressed against the eardrums, a palpable sense of dread settling over us. We were nearing Havenwood, the sleepless town. Master Elias, his face etched with a weariness that went beyond simple fatigue, gripped the worn leather-bound book in his lap, His eyes, usually gleaming with arcane knowledge, were clouded with a deep, unsettling concern. Elara's parents, her mother clutching a small, worn teddy bear, sat beside him, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes reflecting the fear that hung heavy in the air. The journey had been long and arduous, a silent testament to the weight of their ordeal. The successful exorcism of the nightmare seed had left them drained, their spirits wounded, but their love for Elara remained their unshakable anchor. The town itself seemed to exude an aura of exhaustion. As we approached, the skeletal outlines of houses, barely visible in the gloom, seemed to sag under the weight of a silent, shared misery. Windows, dark and empty, stared out like vacant eyes, their emptiness speaking volumes of sleepless nights and haunted dreams. The air hung heavy with a pervasive sense of unease, a silent scream trapped within the town's confines. It was a palpable manifestation of collective despair, a suffocating blanket of insomnia clinging to every building, every street, every soul. We stopped at the edge of town, the silence broken only by the car's engine sputtering to a halt. The only sign of life was a single flickering lamppost, its weak light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, mimicking the unsettling feeling that had settled upon us. The town was a visual representation of Elara's nightmares, a place where the line between dream and reality blurred, where the shadows held secrets, and where sleep was a forgotten luxury. Master Elias pointed towards a small, dilapidated church at the heart of Havenwood, its steeple a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the starless sky. The source of the curse, he explained, his voice barely a whisper, lies within that church. A forgotten entity, a slumbering horror awakened by some long-forgotten ritual. As we walked towards the church, the silence intensified, pressing down on us like a physical weight. The closer we got, the more acutely we felt the town's collective suffering. We could almost feel the weight of their sleepless nights, their frustration, their desperation. The air seemed to vibrate with their silent cries of agony, their desperate pleas for rest. It was a chilling symphony of despair, orchestrated by an unseen conductor, a silent testament to the power of the curse. The church itself was a monument to decay, its stone walls crumbling, its windows shattered, its doors hanging precariously on their hinges. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dust and decay, a chilling complement to the eerie stillness. Dust motes danced in the faint moonlight that filtered through the broken windows, creating a macabre ballet of shadows and light. The silence was even more profound here, a silence that resonated with the absence of life, a silence that echoed with the weight of centuries of sorrow and despair. Master Elias lit a single candle, its tiny flame flickering bravely against the overwhelming darkness. The flame seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its light dancing across the ancient symbols etched into the church walls, symbols that spoke of a forgotten ritual, a ritual that had unleashed this nightmarish curse upon Havenwood. He began to chant an ancient incantation, his voice resonating with the weight of centuries of knowledge and experience. The words, spoken in a language lost to time, seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the building, stirring something within the church's silent depths. The ground beneath our feet began to tremble, the walls groaned, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the sanctuary, shaking us to our core. The candle flame sputtered and threatened to die, but Master Elias held it steady, his eyes fixed on the source of the disturbance. A shadow began to coalesce in the far corner of the church, slowly taking shape, its form growing larger and more terrifying with each passing moment. It was a grotesque parody of a sandman, a towering figure cloaked in darkness, its face obscured by a hood that seemed to absorb the candlelight. Its limbs were long and spindly, its fingers ending in wickedly sharp claws that glinted menacingly in the dim light. Its eyes, when they finally appeared, were orbs of pure malevolence, burning with a cold, eternal fire. It was the embodiment of nightmares, a being born from the collective fears and anxieties of the sleepless townsfolk. The Sandman's curse had taken physical form. The battle that ensued was not a physical one. It was a war waged in the realm of dreams and nightmares, a contest of wills fought amidst the suffocating silence of the church. Master Elias, his face pale but determined, continued his incantation, his voice rising above the growls and whispers that emanated from the monstrous figure. He was fighting not only against the creature itself, but also against the collective despair that had fueled its creation. He was battling the very essence of the curse itself, attempting to sever the bond between the Sandman and the townsfolk. The Sandman retaliated with a wave of nightmarish visions, each more terrifying than the last. We were bombarded with hallucinations, forced to confront our deepest fears and insecurities. The church itself seemed to morph and shift around us, the walls twisting and turning into grotesque parodies of reality. We were lost in a maelstrom of manufactured terrors, each vision fueled by the Sandman's malevolent power. The air crackled with unseen energy, the silence broken only by the guttural growls of the Sandman and Master Elias's unwavering incantation. Elara's parents fought alongside him, their love for their daughter, their desire to restore Havenwood to its former peace, their burning will to fight against this terror, providing a shield against the Sandman's onslaught. Slowly, painstakingly, Master Elias began to weaken the Sandman's hold on Havenwood. With each word of the incantation, the creature's form flickered, its power waning. The nightmarish visions subsided, the walls of the church steadied, the oppressive silence began to lift. As the final word left Master Elias' lips, the Sandman let out a final, agonized shriek, its form dissolving into dust, its essence fading into nothingness. The silence that followed was different, lighter, almost peaceful. The oppressive dread had lifted, replaced by a sense of fragile hope. The church was still, the shadows less menacing, the air cleaner. As dawn broke, painting the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, Havenwood slowly began to awaken. The windows, once dark and empty, started to glow with the soft light of lamps, the promise of rest returning to its weary inhabitants. The Sandman's curse was broken. The sleepless town was finally at peace. But the memory of the night, the lingering unease, the knowledge of the unseen horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reality would forever remain. The world felt different, irrevocably changed by the darkness they had faced. The silence that followed the Sandman's demise was not the comforting quiet of a peaceful night. It was a tense, expectant silence, heavy with the lingering residue of fear and uncertainty. The dawn, while painting the sky with the promise of a new day, did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over Havenwood. The townspeople, though freed from the immediate terror of the Sandman's curse, were far from healed. The sleepless nights had taken their toll, leaving them frayed, agitated, and profoundly distrustful. The initial relief was quickly replaced by a creeping unease. The very air seemed to vibrate with unspoken anxieties. Whispers rippled through the town, fueled by sleep deprivation and the lingering echoes of the nightmarish visions that had plagued them. Neighbors eyed each other with suspicion, their faces etched with exhaustion and paranoia. The shared trauma had fractured their sense of community, replacing trust with a deep-seated fear. Conversations, when they did occur, were strained and hesitant. Simple greetings were replaced by anxious glances and hushed tones. The joy of the Sandman's defeat was muted, replaced by a collective nervousness, a lingering sense that something was still wrong, something still lurking in the shadows. The fear had become ingrained, a pervasive feeling that followed them even into the daylight hours. The children, usually the most resilient, were particularly affected. Their innocent dreams had been invaded, their minds scarred by the Sandman's malevolent influence. They clung to their parents, their eyes wide with a terror that refused to be soothed. Their nightmares continued, even after the curse was broken, their sleep punctuated by fits of screaming and trembling. The parents, worn out by their own exhaustion and fear, struggled to comfort their traumatized children, adding another layer to their already overwhelming burden. Even the successful exorcism of the nightmare seed from Alara seemed distant and insignificant in the face of this collective despair. The town's exhaustion was far deeper than a simple lack of sleep. It was a profound weariness of spirit, a collective trauma that had altered the very fabric of their lives. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of their anxieties, the unspoken dread palpable and suffocating. As the day wore on, the initial cautious optimism evaporated. The townsfolk, instead of returning to their routines, remained isolated, their fears magnified by the prolonged darkness and the shared experience of terror. The relief was fragile, clinging precariously to the edge of a deep chasm of anxiety. Each creak of a floorboard, each rustle in the leaves, each shadow cast by the setting sun, brought with it a fresh wave of panic. The once familiar comfort of their homes had vanished. Their beds, once havens of rest, now seemed menacing, potential sites of further terrors. They moved with a heightened sense of unease, their senses hyper-alert to any sign of danger, real or imagined. The darkness, even in the daytime, felt oppressive, a reminder of the horror they had faced, a constant threat that seemed to lurk just beyond their grasp. The silence that had once been merely unsettling now felt like a conspiracy of secrets, a network of whispers that communicated a sense of shared dread. Every home became a fortress against unseen enemies. Windows and doors were bolted shut, curtains drawn tight, creating an atmosphere of fear and siege. The town, once a community, had become a collection of isolated, terrified individuals, each struggling alone in the face of an invisible, pervasive threat. The church, the site of the Sandman's defeat, was now a focal point of both relief and unease. While it represented the end of the physical threat, it also served as a stark reminder of the horrors they had faced, a monument to their shared trauma. The damaged structure became a visual symbol of their vulnerability, a representation of the damage that the curse had inflicted upon their minds and spirits. Master Elias, despite his success in breaking the Sandman's curse, seemed burdened by the lingering unease. He understood the depth of the town's suffering. The physical defeat of the Sandman had only addressed the superficial symptoms. The deeper psychological wounds remained, festering beneath the surface, threatening to erupt once more. He knew that the true battle had just begun, a battle to heal the minds and spirits of Havenwood's tormented inhabitants. He initiated daily meetings in the town square, attempting to initiate dialogue, encourage sharing of experiences, and build a sense of community, a task that felt impossible given the intensity of their shared trauma. Night fell again, bringing with it a fresh wave of fear. The sunset, instead of promising rest, brought with it a renewed sense of foreboding. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, taking on menacing forms in the eyes of the sleep-deprived townsfolk. Every sound, every whisper, was magnified by their frayed nerves, feeding their paranoia and amplifying their sense of vulnerability. The townspeople found it impossible to truly relax. Sleep remained elusive, haunted by lingering images of the Sandman, by the grotesque hallucinations, by the palpable dread that had permeated their lives. Even when their eyes closed, the nightmares continued, weaving themselves into the fabric of their waking hours, blurring the line between dream and reality. The curse, although broken, continued to exert its influence, casting its long shadow over every aspect of their existence. The fear was contagious, spreading through the town like a dark, insidious disease. Suspicions and accusations replaced friendly conversations. The once vibrant community was fractured, its bonds weakened by the collective trauma. Havenwood, once a peaceful town, was now a breeding ground for fear, paranoia, and distrust. The very air was thick with anxiety, suffocating and inescapable. The weight of their shared ordeal pressed down on them, threatening to crush their spirits entirely. The nights were long and unbearable. The silence, broken only by occasional whimpers and cries, amplified the feeling of isolation and despair. The darkness served as a breeding ground for fear, transforming every shadow into a potential threat. Sleep became a distant memory, a forgotten luxury, a cruel irony considering the curse they had so recently overcome. The struggle for peace, for healing, for a return to normalcy seemed an insurmountable task. The townsfolk were trapped in a cycle of fear, their sleeplessness feeding their paranoia fueling their anxieties compounding their inability to rest. They walked through the streets with a haunted look in their eyes, their smiles replaced by apprehensive glances, their trust eroded by the shared trauma. The very air around Havenwood was burdened by the collective weight of their sleepless nights, their haunting dreams, and the lingering shadow of the Sandman's curse. The battle against the Sandman was over, but the war against the lingering effects of the curse had just begun. The path to healing would be long, arduous, and fraught with the chilling echoes of their nightmares. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of Havenwood's collective trauma. At first, they were dismissed as the ravings of the sleep-deprived, the figments of overwrought imaginations. But the whispers persisted, growing in intensity, coalescing into a chilling narrative that spoke of a figure lurking in the periphery of their nightmares, a being far more sinister than the Sandman they had so recently vanquished. This new entity, shrouded in shadow and mystery, was referred to only as the Shadow, a name that instilled a deeper, more primal fear than even the Sandman's name had evoked. Unlike the Sandman, who had targeted their dreams with nightmarish visions and hallucinations, this new presence seemed to prey upon their waking hours, manipulating their anxieties and fears with a chilling precision. The Shadow wasn't content with merely haunting their sleep, it sought to invade their reality, twisting their perceptions, and sowing discord amongst the already fractured community. The feeling was less of a direct attack, and more of a slow, insidious poisoning of the mind, a creeping dread that wormed its way into the hearts and minds of the townsfolk. The manifestations of the Shadow's presence were subtle yet unnerving. Objects would inexplicably move, shadows would flicker in the periphery of vision even in broad daylight, and a chilling sense of being watched permeated every moment of their waking hours. Conversations would be interrupted by sudden, inexplicable silences, as if an unseen presence had choked the air itself. The townsfolk found themselves constantly glancing over their shoulders, their senses hyper-alert to the slightest anomaly, the slightest deviation from the mundane. The children, already traumatized by their encounters with the Sandman, were the most susceptible to the Shadow's influence. Their nightmares intensified, becoming more vivid, more terrifying. They spoke of a shadowy figure that followed them even in their waking hours, a silent, ever-present stalker that lurked in the corners of their rooms, in the spaces between their beds and the walls. The children's drawings, once filled with vibrant colors and playful imagery, were now dominated by dark, ominous figures, their eyes hollow and devoid of light. Master Elias, despite his initial success, found himself increasingly baffled by the town's plight. The Sandman's defeat had been a tangible victory, a clear, definitive end to a specific threat. This, however, was different. This was a creeping, insidious presence that seemed to feed off their fear and anxiety, a malevolent entity that thrived on their collective despair. His attempts to offer solace and guidance seemed futile, as the town's fear only intensified. The church, once a symbol of hope and deliverance, now felt heavy with an oppressive atmosphere. The lingering scent of incense couldn't mask the pervasive sense of dread that permeated every corner of the building. Even Elias, a man of faith and unwavering resolve, found himself feeling a creeping sense of unease within the hallowed walls. The very stones seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, as if the Shadow's presence was somehow bound to the location of the Sandman's defeat. The Shadow's influence extended beyond the tangible. It subtly warped the townsfolk's perceptions, twisting their memories and fueling their paranoia. Long-standing friendships crumbled under the weight of unfounded accusations and suspicions. Neighbors, once close, now eyed each other with distrust, their shared trauma breeding an atmosphere of paranoia and fear. Even the most rational among them found their minds playing tricks on them, twisting ordinary occurrences into sinister events. The collective exhaustion compounded the problem. Sleep deprivation fueled their anxieties, making them even more susceptible to the shadow's influence. They were trapped in a vicious cycle. Their lack of sleep made them paranoid, and their paranoia made it even more difficult to sleep. The nights were filled with unsettling sounds and shadows, while the days were spent in a state of constant hypervigilance. The once tight-knit community of Havenwood was dissolving. The bonds of friendship and trust, forged over generations, were being eroded by fear and suspicion. The town square, once a bustling hub of activity, was now mostly deserted, the silence punctuated only by the occasional, nervous whisper. The joy and relief that had followed the Sandman's defeat had vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of impending doom. Elias, desperate for a solution, began to delve into ancient texts and forgotten lore. He discovered cryptic references to entities that fed on fear and despair, beings that existed on the fringes of reality, manipulating the subconscious minds of their victims. He learned of rituals and practices designed to banish such entities, but they were shrouded in ambiguity, their effectiveness uncertain and their dangers significant. His research led him to an old, leather-bound book hidden away in the church archives. The book, bound in human skin, spoke of an ancient entity known as the Night Weaver, a being capable of weaving nightmares into reality, manipulating the minds of the sleeping and the waking alike. The descriptions of the Night Weaver's powers matched the subtle, insidious nature of the shadow's influence. As Elias delved deeper into the book's cryptic text, he realized the chilling truth: the Sandman had not been the primary threat. He had been a pawn, a tool utilized by the Night Weaver to weaken the town's collective psyche, making them more susceptible to the Weaver's influence. The Sandman's curse had been a prelude, a preparation for the true horror that was to follow. The Shadow was not a separate entity, but a manifestation of the Night Weaver's power, a dark reflection of the town's collective fear. The knowledge was terrifying. It confirmed his worst fears. The battle for Havenwood was far from over. The fight against the Sandman had been merely a skirmish. The war against the Night Weaver was just beginning, and it was a war for the very sanity of Havenwood's inhabitants. The stakes were far higher than he had ever imagined, reaching beyond the simple threat of nightmares into the very fabric of their reality. The very existence of Havenwood, the minds of its people, was at stake, woven into the threads of the Night Weaver's malevolent tapestry. The path ahead was fraught with peril, filled with terrifying unknowns, and the cost of failure was unimaginable. The chilling realization settled upon him: the true horror was only just beginning. The search for answers began not in dusty tomes or forgotten rituals, but in the chillingly mundane. It started with Martha, an elderly woman who'd lived in Havenwood her entire life, her mind surprisingly clear despite the pervasive dread. She spoke of an old, forgotten well, situated at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place shunned by generations, whispered to be cursed. It wasn't a well in the traditional sense. It was more of a deep, dark chasm, its opening barely visible beneath a tangled thicket of thorny vines. The townsfolk, in their collective fear, had forgotten its very existence, until Martha's trembling words rekindled a forgotten terror. Elias, alongside a small, brave group, a handful of townsfolk who refused to succumb to despair, ventured into the woods. The air grew thick with an unnatural stillness as they approached the well. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. A chilling dampness clung to the air, a palpable sense of unease settling upon them like a shroud. The well itself was a gaping maw in the earth, its darkness promising an oblivion far more terrifying than death itself. Lowering a lantern into the abyss, they saw nothing but impenetrable blackness. But as they waited, a faint glimmer appeared in the distance, a faint light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Slowly, cautiously, they lowered a makeshift rope ladder into the chasm. A young man, Thomas, volunteered to descend, his courage a stark contrast to the pervasive fear that gripped the town. The descent was slow and agonizing, the darkness pressing in on him, the silence broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing in the oppressive stillness. Thomas's return was met with bated breath. He emerged, pale and trembling, clutching a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was ancient, its wood dark and worn, etched with symbols that seemed both familiar and alien. Inside, nestled amongst faded velvet, was a single, tarnished silver locket. The locket was open to reveal a miniature portrait of a woman with piercing eyes and a melancholic smile. Beneath the portrait, engraved in an elegant script, was a single word, Lysandra. The name resonated with a disturbing familiarity, a connection to the town's history that was both intriguing and deeply unsettling. Elias recognized the script. It was the same used in the ancient book detailing the Night Weaver. Further research revealed that Lysandra was a powerful sorceress who lived in Havenwood centuries ago. She had been revered and feared in equal measure, her abilities both extraordinary and terrifying. Legend spoke of her pact with dark forces, her mastery of dreams and nightmares, and her ultimate downfall at the hands of her own magic. The locket, Elias hypothesized, was a conduit for Lysandra's power, a key to unlocking the secret of the curse. But the path to unlocking its secrets was fraught with danger. The box and locket pulsed with a low hum, a strange energy that seemed to resonate with the very fear that gripped Havenwood. The longer they were exposed to the object's power, the more uneasy they felt, the more vivid their nightmares became. Their investigation led them to a hidden chamber beneath the old church, discovered only through a series of cryptic clues revealed in the ancient text. The chamber was damp and cold, its walls adorned with unsettling murals depicting scenes of chaotic dreams and horrifying nightmares. The murals told the story of Lysandra's fall, her descent into madness, and the unleashing of her malevolent power upon Havenwood. At the center of the chamber lay a large, obsidian altar, covered in strange symbols that pulsed with an eerie luminescence. The symbols were identical to those etched on the wooden box. As Elias approached the altar, he felt a surge of power, a chilling connection to the dark energy that permeated the chamber. The air crackled with arcane energy, and the shadows danced with an unnatural vitality. As they studied the symbols, the townspeople began to experience visions, fragments of Lysandra's life, glimpses into the events leading up to her demise, her pact with the Night Weaver, the unleashing of her curse upon Havenwood. They saw her once beautiful home transformed into a decaying ruin, a testament to her dark magic. They saw her anguish as the curse consumed her, her desperate attempts to control the forces she had unleashed. The visions were terrifying, shattering their perceptions of Lysandra, transforming her from a shadowy figure of legend into a tragic victim of her own ambition. It became clear that the curse wasn't simply a malevolent entity, but a tangled web of dark magic, a consequence of Lysandra's actions, her desperation fueled by the Night Weaver's influence. The Night Weaver hadn't just been using the Sandman, it had been manipulating Lysandra centuries ago, setting the stage for the current horror. The Sandman's curse had merely reawakened a sleeping evil, an ancient, lingering malevolence. The locket, they discovered, held a fragment of Lysandra's soul, a lingering connection to her magic. The symbols on the altar represented a ritual to sever this connection, to break the curse once and for all. But performing the ritual was a dangerous undertaking, a gamble with potentially catastrophic consequences. The ancient texts warned of unforeseen consequences, of unleashing a force far greater than the curse itself. The ritual required a sacrifice, a willingness to surrender a piece of their own soul to absorb a fraction of Lysandra's dark magic. With grim determination, Elias volunteered. He knew the risk, the potential cost, but he also knew that Havenwood's salvation rested on his willingness to confront the darkness. As he began the ritual, the chamber was filled with an unbearable pressure, the air thick with arcane energy. The symbols on the altar flared with an intense light, and a chilling wail echoed through the chamber, a lament that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. The ritual was agonizing, pushing Elias to the very brink of madness. He felt Lysandra's pain, her despair, her descent into darkness. He saw the shadows of the Night Weaver closing in, attempting to seize control of the ritual, to corrupt his soul. But Elias held fast, his faith and determination unwavering. With a final, agonizing surge of power, the ritual concluded. The symbols dimmed, the chilling wail faded, and a palpable sense of relief washed over the townsfolk. The pressure lifted, the air cleared, and the darkness receded. Havenwood breathed again, the suffocating weight of fear beginning to lift, although a lingering unease remained, a testament to the ancient evil they had narrowly escaped. The curse was broken, but the scars remained, a haunting reminder of the shadows that had threatened to consume them. The battle might be won, but the war against the darkness that lurked within the human heart and in the corners of the mind was far from over. The echoes of Lysandra and the Night Weaver remained, a chilling reminder of the fragility of sanity and the enduring power of fear. The obsidian altar pulsed with a final, shuddering breath, then fell silent. The eerie luminescence faded, leaving behind only the cold, damp chill of the hidden chamber. Elias collapsed, his body slicked with sweat, his mind reeling from the intensity of the ritual. He lay there, a broken vessel, the echoes of Lysandra's anguish still ringing in his ears. The townsfolk gathered around him, their faces etched with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The air, once thick with arcane energy, now felt strangely empty. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the chamber's damp ceiling. It was a silence that held both the weight of what had been and the uncertain promise of what was to come. The curse was broken, but the cost had been steep. Elias, the savior of Havenwood, was a shadow of his former self, his spirit scarred, his mind forever altered by the darkness he had confronted. The journey back to the surface felt surreal. The oppressive weight of the chasm seemed to have lessened, the whispers of the woods less menacing. The lantern light, once feeble and threatened, now felt like a beacon of hope. As they emerged from the woods, blinking in the soft light of dawn, a palpable sense of relief washed over them. The fear that had suffocated Havenwood for so long began to recede, replaced by a tentative hope. But the hope was fragile, tinged with a profound unease. The victory had been hard-won, the cost too high. The curse was gone, but the memory of it, the lingering dread, would forever be etched into the town's collective consciousness. The nightmares, while less frequent and less vivid, still lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that had threatened to consume them. Sleep remained a precarious sanctuary, the line between dream and reality still blurred. Elias, though physically alive, was changed. He was haunted by fragments of Lysandra's life, her despair, her desperate fight against the Night Weaver's influence. He carried within him a shard of her darkness, a reminder of the terrible price of wielding such power. He knew that this was not a true ending, but a beginning of a new, unsettling chapter in Havenwood's story. The world seemed sharper, the shadows deeper, even under the light of the sun. In the days that followed, Havenwood slowly began to yield. The oppressive fear began to fade, replaced by a cautious optimism. The townsfolk returned to their lives, but the experience had left its mark, a shared understanding of the fragility of their world, the ever-present threat of the unseen. The once vibrant community carried a quiet solemnity, a shared secret they carried with the silence of the night. Martha, the old woman who had initiated the search, passed away peacefully a few weeks later. Some whispered that she had carried the burden of the town's secret for too long, that the lifting of the curse had released her from her earthly tether. Others believed her passing was merely the natural end of a long life, a life lived in the shadow of an ancient evil. But the Sandman's curse, though broken, left an indelible mark. Children's laughter held a new quality, a mixture of joy and apprehension. The old houses seemed to lean inward, as if holding their breath. The Whispering Woods remained a place of hushed reverence, the well now sealed, its darkness a silent testament to the town's ordeal. The town was mended, but the scars remained. The locket, now devoid of its malevolent energy, was placed in a small, locked box in the church's archives. It served as a reminder, not only of the darkness they had faced, but of their resilience, their courage in the face of unimaginable terror. The box's presence was a silent agreement, a commitment to remembering not just the horror, but the hard-won victory over it, and the ever-present threat that lurked just beneath the surface of reality. Elias, though he attempted a normal life, continued to experience fleeting visions and fragmented dreams. The Night Weaver's influence, though broken, left its mark on his mind, shaping his perceptions, twisting his thoughts. The line between reality and nightmare was still blurry, the world sometimes appearing as a shifting, unsettling landscape, a reflection of the chaos he had witnessed in the depths of the well. He struggled with his new understanding of the darkness that existed within, not just in the external world, but within the subconscious of the human spirit, a battle that played out in the quiet hours between sleep and wakefulness. The confrontation with the Sandman hadn't just been a battle against an external entity, it was a confrontation with the nature of fear itself, the dark recesses of the mind, and the enduring power of ancient magic. The story of the Sandman's curse became a whispered legend, a cautionary tale passed down through generations. It was a story of fear, of courage, and of the enduring power of hope. It was a reminder that even when the darkness seems to have won, there is always a glimmer of light, a chance for redemption, and an enduring battle to be fought against the shadows lurking both within and without. The cost of victory could leave one forever changed, forever bearing the scars of a battle fought against the ancient evils that lay hidden in the shadows and in the depths of the human psyche. The final sleep, Elias realized, was not a release, but merely a transition into a new, unpredictable state of existence. And even in that final sleep, the echoes of the Night Weaver and the silent whispers of the Sandman would perhaps remain, guarding the very edges of consciousness. The fight was won, but the war was far from over. The shadows lingered, and the fear of darkness, the profound uncertainty, never entirely left Havenwood. Story 6: The Sleepwalker's Secret. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of Havenwood's newly found peace. It began with misplaced objects, a garden gnome inexplicably perched atop the church steeple, a wheelbarrow mysteriously resting in the middle of the town square. Then came the reports, fleeting glimpses of a figure moving silently through the night, a pale shape flitting between the shadows, a faint echo of footfalls on cobblestone streets. The figure was always seen from the corner of the eye, always just out of reach, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. The townsfolk, still recovering from the ordeal with the Sandman, initially dismissed these occurrences as residual fear, a lingering effect of the curse. But the events grew increasingly unsettling. One morning, a farmer discovered his prize-winning stallion, usually secured in its stable, roaming freely in the fields, its coat matted with mud, its eyes wide with a strange, vacant terror. Another morning, a young girl awoke to find her doll, a cherished heirloom, lying on the roof of her house, its porcelain face cracked. These incidents lacked the malicious intent of the Sandman's curse, but they carried a different kind of unease, a creeping sense of the uncanny, a disquieting awareness of something profoundly wrong. The events pointed towards a singular, unsettling truth: someone, or something, was sleepwalking through Havenwood. Elias, still recovering from his harrowing experience, found himself drawn to these mysterious events. The residual darkness within him, the lingering echoes of the Night Weaver's influence, seemed to resonate with the strange occurrences plaguing the town. He felt a kinship with this unseen presence, a shared experience of the blurred line between waking reality and the nightmare world. He knew instinctively that this was no ordinary sleepwalking. This was something far more sinister, far more deeply rooted in the town's unsettling history. The sleepwalker, it turned out, was Thomas Ashton, a quiet, unassuming baker known for his delicious bread and even more delicious silence. Thomas had always been a solitary figure, a man of routine and habit. But lately, his routines had become erratic, his habits unsettling. His nocturnal wanderings, initially unremarkable, had grown increasingly unpredictable and dangerous. Witnesses described a gaunt figure, moving with an almost mechanical precision, traversing rooftops, scaling fences, navigating the treacherous paths of Havenwood with an unnerving grace, as if guided by an unseen force. There was something inhuman about his movements, a fluidity that defied the limitations of ordinary sleepwalking. He appeared to be in a state of profound trance, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, completely unaware of the potential danger he posed to himself and others. Elias began his investigation by observing Thomas's daily life. He frequented the baker's shop, pretending to be a regular customer, subtly studying Thomas's behavior. He noticed the man's strained eyes, the lines of worry etched deeply into his face, the tremor in his hands as he kneaded the dough. Thomas appeared exhausted, perpetually drained, existing in a twilight zone between wakefulness and something far deeper. His dreams, or rather, his sleepwalking episodes, seemed to carry a hidden agenda, a silent narrative that only Elias, with his own experiences with the otherworldly, could begin to decipher. He learned from the townsfolk that Thomas had always been a light sleeper, prone to nightmares and unsettling dreams. But the nightmares had intensified in the wake of the Sandman's curse, becoming more frequent, more vivid, more terrifying. His sleepwalking had begun soon after, a physical manifestation of the tormented dreams that plagued his slumber. One night, guided by an uncanny intuition, Elias followed Thomas's nocturnal journey. He trailed the sleepwalker through the moonlit streets, watching as the baker's body moved with an unnatural grace, as if guided by an unseen hand. Thomas climbed the old water tower, a structure that had once been central to the Sandman's ritual, with an eerie familiarity. As he reached the top, a horrifying shriek tore through the silence, a sound both human and otherworldly, a desperate cry from the heart of the nightmare. The cry was a lament, not of fear but of lost connection. Elias followed Thomas into the depths of the woods, leading to the very well where the Sandman's curse had been broken. Thomas knelt by the well, his body trembling, his eyes wide and unseeing. He began to murmur, his voice a low, guttural whisper, a stream of archaic words that echoed the ancient language used during the Sandman's ritual. The words spoke of sorrow, of loss, and of a deep yearning for a forgotten connection, a sense of missing something profound and irretrievable. Elias realized that Thomas wasn't simply sleepwalking. He was acting out a ritual, a desperate attempt to reconnect with something lost, something that had been severed by the Sandman's curse. The curse hadn't only afflicted Havenwood, it had left its mark on individuals, twisting their dreams, shattering their connections to the past. Thomas's sleepwalking wasn't an affliction but a desperate search, a desperate attempt to restore a severed link, a desperate attempt to make sense of the shattered fragments of his own psyche and his own history. He learned that Thomas's grandmother had been one of Lysandra's closest confidants, a woman who had secretly assisted Lysandra in her fight against the Sandman. The ritual Thomas was enacting was a fragmented memory, a subconscious attempt to replicate a ritual that had been performed generations ago, a ritual designed to mend a connection to Lysandra's spirit, a connection that had been broken with the curse. The ritual wasn't malicious, it was a desperate plea for healing. Elias approached Thomas, softly speaking his name. The baker didn't react, remaining in his trance-like state. But as Elias touched his shoulder, a strange energy pulsed from the baker, a familiar, yet subtly different resonance, a faint echo of the Night Weaver's magic. The ritual began to change, shifting from a plea for connection to a plea for resolution. It wasn't a malicious magic, it was a desperate cry for healing, for peace, for resolution. It was a heartbreaking realization. Thomas, unconscious of his actions, was reliving and reenacting a forgotten ritual, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between the past and present, between the living and the dead. His sleepwalking was not a curse but a legacy, a subconscious attempt to heal a trauma that extended beyond his lifetime. He was a conduit to a forgotten history, an unwitting participant in an age-old struggle between the darkness and the light. As Elias watched the ritual unfold, he understood that the battle wasn't over. The shadows still lingered, not just in the physical world, but within the deepest recesses of the human mind, whispering forgotten truths, demanding resolution, searching for healing. The fight had been won, but the healing had just begun. Havenwood's journey towards peace was far from over. The following morning, the town awoke to a scene of utter bewilderment. Mrs. Gable's prize-winning petunias, meticulously arranged in their terracotta pots, were discovered meticulously rearranged to spell out a cryptic message in a language no one recognized. The message, etched in the vibrant blooms, seemed to writhe and shift with each passing glance, the colors blurring and reforming into unsettling new patterns. It was as though the flowers themselves were alive, pulsating with a dark, unspoken energy. Later that day, the town's oldest oak tree, a venerable landmark that had stood sentinel for centuries, was found stripped bare of its leaves, the branches meticulously pruned into the shape of a grotesque, skeletal hand. The leaves, instead of falling to the ground, were strung together to form a long, eerie garland that snaked its way through the town, disappearing into the shadowy depths of the old graveyard. This act, precise and deliberate, was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary sleepwalker, suggesting a level of intentionality that chilled Elias to the bone. The unsettling events continued. The town's clock tower, usually precise in its rhythmic chiming, began striking at random intervals, its bells sounding out discordant notes that echoed through the valley, creating a symphony of unease that permeated the very air. Then, the town's beloved library, a sanctuary of knowledge and quiet contemplation, was found ransacked, not for valuable books or artifacts, but for seemingly random items, a chipped teacup, a collection of pressed wildflowers, a child's worn-out teddy bear. These items were arranged on the library floor in a pattern that resembled a complex astronomical chart, its meaning lost in the chaos. Each act, bizarre and unsettling in its own right, displayed a disturbing level of precision and purpose. They weren't the random meanderings of a sleepwalking individual, they were deliberate, meticulously planned acts that spoke of a deeper, more sinister agenda. The actions possessed an eerie, almost ritualistic quality, as if the sleepwalker were enacting some obscure, malevolent ceremony. Elias felt a growing unease, a sense of dread that burrowed deep into his bones. The sleepwalking wasn't just a physical manifestation of a troubled mind, it was a conduit, a channel for something far older and far more powerful. Elias intensified his surveillance of Thomas Ashton. He spent days observing the baker from afar, meticulously documenting his routines, his habits, his subtle gestures. He noted the man's increasing fragility, the deepening shadows under his eyes, the almost imperceptible tremor that now ran through his entire body. Thomas seemed to be dissolving, fading away into a shadowy reflection of his former self. His once robust frame had become gaunt, his movements slowed, his eyes holding a faraway, haunted look. One night, driven by an instinct that was both terrifying and exhilarating, Elias followed Thomas as he embarked on his nocturnal journey. He trailed him through the moonlit streets, past darkened houses, and across silent squares, watching as the baker navigated the town with a disturbing blend of unconscious grace and deliberate intention. This wasn't the stumbling, erratic gait of a typical sleepwalker. This was something else entirely, a balletic dance of the damned, executed with chilling precision. He watched as Thomas climbed the ancient bell tower, its skeletal frame piercing the night sky like an accusing finger. At the top, beneath the silent gaze of the moon, Thomas performed a series of actions that were both disturbing and strangely beautiful. He arranged stones in a specific pattern on the tower's rooftop, chanted words in a language that seemed to echo from the deepest recesses of time, and then, with a gesture that was both sorrowful and triumphant, he scattered handfuls of dried herbs into the wind. These weren't the actions of a man sleepwalking, they were the actions of a priest performing a forgotten rite. The herbs, Elias discovered later, were a potent blend of moonflower petals, nightshade berries, and willow bark, ingredients known for their potent hallucinogenic and otherworldly properties. The ritual, piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered, seemed to be a desperate attempt to open a gateway, to breach the veil between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The next night, Elias followed Thomas to the old graveyard. There, among the weathered headstones and gnarled cypress trees, Thomas unearthed a small, intricately carved wooden box from beneath the roots of an ancient yew tree. Inside the box, carefully preserved, lay a collection of objects that sent shivers down Elias's spine, a tarnished silver locket engraved with an unfamiliar symbol, a dried sprig of rosemary, and a single, perfectly preserved raven feather. The objects, each one imbued with a potent sense of the uncanny, were clearly remnants of a forgotten ritual, a secret society, a lineage of dark practices dating back to Havenwood's earliest days. As Thomas held the locket to his chest, muttering ancient incantations, a chilling resonance pulsed through the night air, a low hum that vibrated through Elias's very being. The following night, Elias decided to intervene. He knew that he was walking a dangerous path, venturing into the realm of the unknown, but he couldn't ignore the growing sense of urgency. As Thomas began his ritual, Elias cautiously approached him, his heart pounding in his chest. He spoke Thomas's name, his voice soft yet firm, hoping to break through the sleepwalker's trance. Thomas didn't react, continuing his ritualistic actions, his face contorted in an expression of intense sorrow and longing. He seemed unaware of Elias's presence, lost in the depths of his own subconscious, enacting a forgotten drama that had been played out for generations. As Elias reached out to touch him, Thomas's eyes flickered open, revealing a glimpse of agonizing awareness behind their depths before closing again as the trance deepened. Elias realized then that Thomas was not merely sleepwalking, he was a conduit, a living vessel through which an ancient, malevolent force was attempting to manifest itself. This was no ordinary sleepwalking, this was a carefully orchestrated ritual aimed at summoning something beyond human comprehension. The secrets of Havenwood, long buried beneath layers of time and silence, were beginning to rise to the surface, threatening to engulf the town in a tide of darkness that could consume them all. The struggle for Havenwood's soul was far from over, it was just beginning to escalate to a horrific new level. The sleepwalker's secret was a gateway, a doorway to a world that lay beyond human understanding, a world of shadows and forgotten horrors. And Elias, drawn by a mixture of fear and fascination, was about to step across the threshold. The unsettling events of the previous nights had cast a pall over Havenwood. The once picturesque town now wore a mask of fear, the cheerful facades of its buildings concealing a growing unease that permeated every conversation, every hushed whisper. The meticulously rearranged petunias, the grotesquely pruned oak tree, the discordant chimes of the clock tower, and the ransacked library, each act, bizarre and unsettling in its own right, contributed to a growing sense of dread that hung heavy in the air. Sleep, once a refuge, had become a source of terror. People bolted their doors tighter, drew their curtains earlier, and whispered nervously about the sleepwalker, their voices laced with a mixture of fear and superstitious awe. Elias Thorne, the town's reluctant investigator, found himself at the epicenter of the burgeoning panic. His initial curiosity had morphed into a deep-seated unease, a sense of impending doom that threatened to overwhelm him. He knew that Thomas Ashton, the baker, was the sleepwalker, but the baker's actions were far beyond the simple wanderings of a troubled mind. They were ritualistic, precise, and undeniably malevolent. The townspeople, initially hesitant to believe Elias's account of a sleepwalking baker wreaking havoc, had become increasingly convinced as the strange incidents escalated. Whispers turned into accusations, accusations into open hostility. The baker, once a beloved member of the community, was now regarded with suspicion and fear, his once friendly face now a mask of silent, haunted suffering. The once vibrant town square now echoed with silence, broken only by the occasional creak of a door or the rustling of leaves, each sound magnifying the pervasive sense of unease. One afternoon, a group of townsfolk, their faces grim and determined, confronted Elias at the town hall. Their leader, a burly farmer named Jedediah, his voice thick with suspicion, accused Elias of not doing enough. "We're living in fear," Thorne, Jedediah growled, his eyes narrowed. "This sleepwalker, he's got to be stopped. And if you won't do it, then someone else will." The simmering resentment in his words was palpable, a testament to the deep-seated fear that had taken root in the hearts of the townspeople. The pressure mounted. Elias felt the weight of the town's anxieties pressing down on him, the weight of their expectations, their fear, their desperation. He knew that the townspeople were edging closer to taking matters into their own hands, and that could only lead to violence, a reckless act fueled by panic and fear that could have devastating consequences. He knew he had to find a way to stop Thomas, to uncover the mystery behind the sleepwalking, before the situation spiraled completely out of control. But how could he solve a mystery that seemed to defy logic, a mystery rooted in folklore and ancient practices? He spent his days observing Thomas, not just from afar, but getting closer, watching the baker's decline more closely. The tremor in his hands was becoming more pronounced, his once bright eyes now sunken and clouded with a perpetual weariness that seemed to seep from his very bones. He'd started losing weight, his once robust physique now a frail shell of its former self. Elias found himself increasingly disturbed by the contrast between Thomas's physical deterioration and the precision, the disturbing intricacy, of his nocturnal activities. The discrepancy between the frailty of the man and the power exhibited in his actions was a puzzle that deepened the mystery. One evening, Elias followed Thomas as he made his way towards the old mill, a dilapidated structure on the outskirts of town, its crumbling stone walls whispering tales of a bygone era. He watched as Thomas, in his sleepwalking state, meticulously rearranged the scattered millstones, setting them in a specific pattern, his movements almost balletic in their precision. The pattern, Elias realized with a growing sense of unease, seemed to mimic a constellation, a celestial map of some forgotten order. The next night, Thomas visited the old abandoned church on Widow's Hill. Its broken stained glass windows cast eerie shadows across the overgrown grounds, and the silence inside the church was heavy with the weight of forgotten prayers and unanswered pleas. Elias watched, hidden among the shadows of the overgrown cemetery, as Thomas entered the church and proceeded to rearrange the pews, each movement deliberate and precise, as if conducting an unseen orchestra. The arrangement of pews resembled a pattern Elias had previously seen in an old, forgotten book detailing ancient Celtic rituals. As Elias continued to observe Thomas's nocturnal activities, a chilling pattern started to emerge. The sleepwalking wasn't random, it was a meticulously planned series of actions, a ritualistic enactment of some obscure ceremony, each act meticulously designed to create a growing sense of dread and chaos. The petunias, the oak tree, the clock tower, the library, the millstones, the church pews, They were all pieces of a larger puzzle, clues in a cryptic game that Elias was only beginning to understand. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the feeling that he was being watched, observed by something unseen. The community's fear was escalating into panic. Rumors spread like wildfire, fueled by fear and superstition. Some spoke of ancient curses, of vengeful spirits, of malevolent entities that had been awakened by the sleepwalkers' actions. Others whispered of a secret society, a hidden order that had existed in Havenwood for centuries, a clandestine group that practiced ancient, forbidden rituals. Elias began to believe that the sleepwalking wasn't simply a medical condition, it was something far more sinister, something that tapped into the darkest corners of Havenwood's history. Elias knew that he had to find the connection between these seemingly disparate events. He spent hours poring over old town records, local folklore, and obscure historical texts, searching for any clue that could unlock the mystery. He discovered tales of Havenwood's darker past, stories of witchcraft and strange rituals, whispers of a forgotten cult that worshipped an ancient, malevolent entity. The more he learned, the more he realized that the sleepwalkers' actions were not simply random, they were a carefully orchestrated ritual, a desperate attempt to awaken something that had been dormant for centuries. One night, driven by a desperate hope of solving the mystery, Elias followed Thomas to the old abandoned well at the edge of town. The well was shrouded in legend, whispered to be a gateway to the underworld. As Thomas performed his ritual at the well, a low hum resonated through the night air, and Elias felt a wave of cold dread wash over him. It was then that he finally understood. Thomas was not simply sleepwalking, he was a conduit, a vessel through which an ancient evil was trying to manifest itself. The sleepwalker's secret wasn't just a medical condition, it was an ancient, malevolent power trying to break free. The fight for Havenwood's soul had become a fight against an ancient and terrifying power. And Elias, alone and unprepared, was on the front lines. The true horror was only just beginning. The chilling hum emanating from the old well intensified, resonating deep within Elias's bones, a discordant symphony of dread. He watched, his heart hammering against his ribs, as Thomas, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued his ritual. The sleepwalker's movements were hypnotic, a macabre dance performed under the pale light of the moon. He was chanting in a low, guttural voice, words that sounded ancient, alien, a language lost to time. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the very ground beneath Elias's feet vibrating with a sinister pulse. As the chanting reached its crescendo, the water in the well began to churn, bubbling and frothing with an unnatural luminescence. A spectral mist rose from the depths, swirling and coalescing into a shape that was both vaguely humanoid and utterly terrifying. It was a being of shadows and darkness, its form shifting and unstable, a creature born of nightmare and folklore. Its eyes, two burning embers in the swirling darkness, fixed on Elias, piercing him with an icy gaze that promised unimaginable horrors. Fear, raw and visceral, clawed at Elias's throat. He wanted to flee, to run as far and fast as his legs could carry him, but he was rooted to the spot, mesmerized by the horrifying spectacle unfolding before him. He understood then, with a chilling certainty, the true nature of Thomas's sleepwalking. He wasn't simply a sleepwalker, he was a conduit, an unwilling vessel through which this ancient, malevolent entity was attempting to break free from its centuries-long imprisonment. The entity raised a spectral hand, its touch promising oblivion, and Elias saw a flicker of recognition in Thomas's eyes, a fleeting moment of awareness before the sleepwalker's eyes glazed over once more, and the ritual continued. It was a harrowing spectacle, a battle for Thomas's soul, a fight between the man and the ancient evil that had possessed him. The revelation was far more sinister than even Elias's darkest suspicions. This wasn't just a case of sleepwalking, this was an ancient curse, a malevolent spirit trapped within a human vessel, seeking to unleash its horrifying power upon Havenwood. He suddenly understood the significance of the previous events, the rearranged petunias, the mutilated oak, the discordant chimes, the library ransacked, the millstones, and the church pews. They were not random acts of vandalism but components of a complex ritual, a series of actions designed to weaken the barrier between worlds, to facilitate the entity's escape. Each act had been a step closer to breaking the seal, a ritual sacrifice designed to appease the ancient entity and hasten its release. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Thomas Ashton wasn't simply a victim, he was a key, an unwilling participant in a terrifying ancient ritual. His sleepwalking wasn't a medical condition, it was a form of possession, a horrifying puppet show directed by a creature of pure evil. He was a pawn in a game far older than Havenwood itself. The town's history, its folklore, its legends all pointed to this moment. This wasn't just about stopping a sleepwalker, it was about preventing the unleashing of a primal evil, a power that threatened to consume the town and perhaps even more. The chilling weight of this realization pressed down on Elias, a crushing burden of responsibility. He wasn't just a town investigator anymore, he was the town's last hope, the only one who stood between Havenwood and utter annihilation. As the entity's power grew, so did the intensity of the ritual. The ground trembled, the air thrummed, and a palpable sense of dread settled over the town. The spectral mist intensified, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. Elias knew he had to act, and he had to act quickly. But how could he possibly fight something that seemed to defy the laws of nature, a being born of shadows and nightmares? His mind raced, searching for a solution. He remembered the ancient texts he had been studying, the forgotten lore of Havenwood, the tales of ancient rituals and forgotten gods. He recalled a passage about a counter-ritual, a way to banish the entity back to the abyss from whence it came. It was a dangerous and uncertain path, a desperate gamble with potentially devastating consequences. But it was the only chance they had. He had to break the chain, sever the connection between Thomas and the entity. He knew it was a risky endeavor. Disrupting the ritual could have unpredictable and disastrous repercussions. Yet, inaction was not an option. The lives of the townspeople, and perhaps even the world, hung in the balance. Elias's eyes fell upon a weathered, iron-bound book lying near the well, a grimoire of forgotten incantations and ancient rituals. He recognized its faded script, a language he had encountered in his research, a language connected to the town's dark past, to the forgotten cult that had once flourished in Havenwood. It was a key, a dangerous key to unleashing a power that could destroy or save Havenwood. With trembling hands, Elias opened the book, his eyes scanning the arcane symbols and archaic words. The air crackled with anticipation, the hum intensifying, the entity's power growing exponentially. He found the counter-ritual, the words weaving a spell of ancient power, a protective shield against the darkness. The passage described a delicate balancing act, a countervailing force to the ritual in progress. It required precise timing, a deep understanding of the entity's power, and a profound knowledge of the ancient language. As Thomas reached the final stage of the ritual, Elias began to chant the counterspell, his voice trembling, but his resolve firm. The counterspell resonated with the ancient forces of the earth, a primal energy that clashed with the entity's dark power. The air crackled with opposing energies, a battle between light and darkness, between good and evil, waged in the silent night. The ground shook violently, the spectral mist swirling and eddying, the entity struggling against the countervailing forces of the spell. Thomas gasped, his eyes flickering with a brief moment of lucidity before the possession returned, his form contorting, his body racked with the battle raging within. The confrontation felt like an eternity, a struggle between ancient powers, where the fate of Havenwood was at stake. Elias's voice grew stronger, fueled by determination and fueled by fear of failing. The counter-ritual slowly began to take its toll. The spectral mist began to recede, its glow dimming, the entity's power waning, its form becoming more unstable, and the humming subsided. Thomas collapsed, exhausted and broken, freed from the ancient evil that had possessed him. The entity screamed, a sound that tore through the very fabric of reality, before it was finally vanquished, retreating back into the abyss from which it had come, leaving behind a silence that was heavier than the hum of dread. The old well calmed, its waters still and placid. The battle was over, but the scars remained, the fear and the exhaustion hung heavy in the air. The next morning, Havenwood awoke to an eerie stillness. The fear that had gripped the town was palpable, yet a sense of relief was also present. The nightmare was over, at least for now. Thomas awoke, frail but free, and the events of the night remained a shadowy memory, a testament to the ancient horrors that lurked beneath the surface of their idyllic world. Elias, exhausted but resolute, knew that the scars of this night would remain, but so would the memory of their victory, the memory of a terrifying encounter with the shadowy depths of Havenwood's dark past. The sleepwalker's secret was finally revealed, but the town's nightmare had only just begun to fade. The lingering unease reminded them that some secrets are best left buried. The weight of the previous night pressed down on Elias like a physical burden. The silence of Havenwood was unnerving, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy that had filled the air just hours before. He felt the lingering chill of the ancient entity's presence, a ghostly echo clinging to his skin. The air still hummed with a faint, residual energy, a testament to the battle that had raged around the old well. He looked down at his hands, noticing the tremor that still lingered in his fingers, a physical manifestation of the fear that hadn't completely dissipated. He approached Thomas, who lay sleeping in the early morning light, his face pale and drawn, his breathing shallow. The young man looked utterly exhausted, the remnants of the night's ordeal etched into every line of his face. There was a stillness about him now, a quietude that belied the tempestuous battle that had raged within him. Elias felt a profound sense of relief mixed with the unsettling knowledge of what had transpired. Thomas was alive, he was free, but the encounter had left an indelible mark on both of them. Elias knelt beside Thomas, his gaze falling upon the weathered, iron-bound book lying open nearby. Its pages were filled with arcane symbols and archaic words, a testament to the ancient lore that had saved them. He closed the book gently, the act feeling almost sacrilegious, like putting away a weapon that had barely been sheathed. He felt the residual energy of the counter-ritual thrumming within the book's aged pages, a palpable reminder of the power he had wielded, a power he wasn't entirely sure he understood. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the town square. Elias looked around, noticing the subtle changes in Havenwood. The air, though still carrying the ghost of fear, was now infused with a cautious optimism. The townspeople, having witnessed the strange events of the previous night, were emerging from their homes, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and trepidation. The fear, though diminished, was still present, a persistent undercurrent running beneath the surface of their daily lives. As he walked through Havenwood, Elias noticed the lingering effects of the ritual. The rearranged petunias, though still out of place, now seemed less sinister, more like strangely placed markers of a battle that had been won. The mutilated oak stood tall, a silent testament to the price that had almost been paid. The discordant chimes of the town clock, though still unsettling, felt less menacing, a reminder of a harrowing ordeal rather than a harbinger of doom. The library, though ransacked, was slowly being restored, its shelves once more filled with books, though the lingering scent of fear and magic still hung in the air. The silence that followed the confrontation was heavier than the humming dread that had preceded it. It was the silence of a town still reeling from a brush with something ancient, something truly terrifying. It was the kind of silence that spoke volumes, a testament to the power of the forces that had been unleashed and then, thankfully, contained. This silence was not restful, it was a tension that settled into the very bones of Havenwood. Elias felt a profound sense of exhaustion settling over him, a physical weariness that went beyond mere fatigue. He understood that the immediate danger was over, but the experience had left its mark on him, a scar that would likely never fully heal. He looked at Thomas, who was still asleep, and a profound sense of empathy washed over him. Thomas wasn't simply a sleepwalker, he was a survivor, a victim who had been unknowingly drawn into a battle far greater than himself. He knew that the town would never be the same. The events of the night would be etched into the collective memory of Havenwood, becoming part of its folklore, its legends. The stories would be told and retold, each version adding a new layer of fear and wonder to the tale. This incident would become a part of Havenwood's identity, a dark secret woven into the fabric of its very being. As the townspeople began to resume their daily lives, a new chapter was opened. There was a sense of community forged in shared terror, but also a profound underlying unease. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, yet the victory felt hollow, a hard-won truce rather than a definitive conquest. The sleepwalker's secret was out, but its revelations brought more questions than answers. Elias realized that the ancient entity might not be truly vanquished, merely driven back into the shadows, its essence lingering in the forgotten corners of the town, its malevolent influence perhaps never entirely eradicated. As Elias left Thomas's side, he looked towards the old well, its surface calm and still, betraying no hint of the horror it had recently witnessed. But he knew better. He knew that the well held its secrets, secrets whispered on the wind, secrets embedded within the very stones of Havenwood, secrets that would continue to haunt him long after the dust had settled. The ancient evil might have retreated, but its essence lingered, a shadow in the memory, a premonition in the quiet moments. The events of that night would change the town forever. It would be a place forever shadowed by the knowledge of what lurked beneath the surface, a place where the mundane was forever intertwined with the mystical, where the comfort of sleep was forever tainted by the memory of the sleepwalker's secret. The seemingly idyllic Havenwood would always possess a darkness that lay just beneath the surface, a reminder of the ancient evils that could rise from slumber at any moment, ready to claim unsuspecting victims. The final awakening, for Elias and Havenwood, was not a return to normalcy. It was an acceptance of a changed reality, a chilling acknowledgement that they had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back, leaving its mark forever imprinted on their souls. The sleepwalker's secret was out, and with it, the realization that some doors are best left unopened, some secrets best left buried in the dark heart of the earth. The uneasy silence of Havenwood, the lingering shadows, and the barely suppressed fear were a constant reminder that they were never truly alone. The dark folklore of Havenwood was no longer just a tale, it was their reality. The nightmare had ended, but the dream, or perhaps the delusion, of a peaceful Havenwood was forever shattered. The sleepwalker's secret had awakened something far more profound, something far more terrifying, within the heart of the town.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?